hand feature. And when I call for public comment, you can press *9, that will unmute you. And then we can hear from the public comment from the in-person people first and then Zoom. So Council Member Shoresman, will you please do the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you so much. So next, today, as usual, we get to have some cool presentations in the beginning of our meeting before we get into the voting and all that fun stuff. Today, we have a welcome and a goodbye. So first, we'll go ahead and bring up Public Works Director Matt Horn. If you'll please come and introduce Jennifer Rice, the new Mobile Services Deputy Director, and Alex Fuchs, the new Mobile Services Business Manager. Or mobility, so sorry, thank you, big difference. I'll be mobile too.
Yeah, takes a village, I get it. So as council probably aware, recently the Public Works Department's reorganized a bit and created a Mobility Services Division. The Mobility Services Division will service parking, transit, and active transportation needs. I'm very excited to introduce two new staff today that are going to be, one heading up the division, and also heading up our transportation program as well. And so with that, I'd like to introduce Alex Fuchs right here. So Alex Fuchs is our Mobility Services Business Manager. Alex graduated from Cal Poly in 2013 with a master's degree in city and regional planning. Soon after graduation, Alex began working for the city of San Luis Obispo in the parking services program. In 2016, he accepted the parking services supervisor position, where he's responsible for parking operations, maintenance, including enforcement in paid parking areas, and residential parking permit districts. So a lot of appropriate experience tonight, right, Alex? So Alex worked in several key projects in the replacement of outdated parking structure equipment, implementation of license plate recognition technology, and the initial conversion of single-space parking meters to multi-space pay stations. Last year, Alex accepted a new role in the Community Development Department as our Cannabis Business Coordinator. In that he, let's see what he did with cannabis. So, and he quickly got up to speed and updated the program in preparation for a new application period. So Alex has done work in parking, done some work in transit, Alex done some work in cannabis, and we're very excited to have Alex back in the mobility as the first mobility services business manager and first person in our mobility services division. So thank you, Alex. And so, no. All right, and then I'm very excited to introduce Jennifer Rice as well. So Jennifer Rice is our Mobility Services Deputy Director. And so Jennifer has worked for the city since 2011. And so this isn't in her bio, but I was actually talking with Jennifer today, and she indicated that she came on board the city when she was going to Cal Poly as an intern. And then she also worked as an admin assistant in our CIP engineering group. But her formal bio is right here. So, so she's been working for the city in a lot of different roles in a lot of different ways for a number of years. So Jennifer's been with the Public Works Department since 2011. She's a Cal Poly alumni with a bachelor's degree in city and regional planning. And over 12 years, she has experience in mobility planning, program development, and implementation in engineering. She's passionate about public service and an excellent communicator. She's a certified planner. She has a professional transportation planning and American Institute of Certified Professional Planners. She's American Institute of Certified Planner, and she's very active in ITE. So with that, I think Jennifer would like to say a couple words to council. No, so Alex has provided his time for Jennifer to provide some words some words for council. There you go.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. So I'm Jennifer Rice. I'm very excited for this opportunity to be the first Deputy Director for Mobility Services. As Matt said, so started at the city as a volunteer intern working on updating the bike plan at the time. And I'm just super grateful to the city and the opportunities that I've had since being here and the amazing team that I've got to work with. And I'm very excited and looking forward to serving you in this new role and bringing these three programs together, parking, transit, and active transportation. And just excited to see what my team and our team can do to create safe and comfortable and affordable and accessible mobility options to everyone in our community. So thank you.
Well, we're excited to have both of you in your new roles. Really, Jennifer, I know that I say this often to the city manager, and when I watched all the communications from the Tank Farm project, I was just really impressed. So I know that you'll do great. And Alex, I got to see in cannabis, and I don't know where he went to. Okay, like, where did he go? Cannabis and a lot of other items, and really excited to see both of you in your new position. So thank you.
Mayor,
well,
before you move on, closed session report out.
Oh, thank you so much. I always forget. Do you want to report out instead of the city attorney, or is the city attorney reporting out via Zoom?
I believe the city attorney is going to report.
Okay,
out.
thank you.
Can you hear me, Madam Mayor?
Thank you, we can hear you.
Okay. The council did meet in closed session on two matters. One matter of real property negotiations with two properties related to the California Taft Roundabout project, as noted on the agenda, and one matter of potential litigation with facts unknown to a potential opposing party. No reportable action was taken on either of those items.
Thank you so much. Well, as we just welcomed people, now we are about to say goodbye to someone that we've all known for a very long time. Yeah, I know.
Well, I have the opportunity, and I've had the pleasure of working with Shelley for the last 13 years. Shelley had came to the city back in 2000, and she's served in many different roles, both as the Economic Development Director, Community Program Promotions Manager, Assistant City Manager for Administration, Parks and Rec Director, Acting Finance Director, Acting Public Works Director, and Assistant City Manager for the Community Services Group. I've learned a tremendous amount from Shelley. She has been just an incredible amount of depth and information and experience. And I think it's important as I read some of these whereas statements to really just recognize the impact. I mean, I think I spoke a few weeks ago about the impact that Michael Codron has as a community development director, and I think hopefully Shelley and others are going to be able to see the impact that she's had not only today but in the future. So whereas the city's vision statement is being a dynamic community embracing its future while respecting its past with its core values of civility, sustainability, diversity, inclusivity, regionalism, partnership, and resiliency, and it has been ingrained in Shelley's leadership and her contributions to the organization and the community. And whereas Shelley played a key role in the growth of the development of the city's revitalization of the downtown through some significant contributions as lead negotiator and project manager for Court Street, Hotel Slow, Garden Street Terraces, which is now known as Hotel Cerro, and the construction of the 919 Palm parking structure and soon to be constructed Cultural Arts District parking structure. Whereas Shelley's leadership and expertise paved the way for numerous successful initiatives, enabling the management of resources, ensuring sustainable growth for the city through her roles in various shopping center redevelopment projects, as well as new developments, including Costco and Target. She has over 2 decades of commitment to public service, and her highest achievement remains the legacy she leaves behind for inspiring countless city employees that she has directly impacted and mentored. And some of those are here tonight, and many will be honoring her next week. She has a passion for travel and has explored diverse cultures, embraced new experiences, immersed herself in unfamiliar environments. She's always been up for any challenging tasks. It's certainly broadened her diverse perspective, fostering open-mindedness, resilience, and cultivated adaptability and empathy. Shelley has visited more museums than any other resident in SLO, as far as we know. And whereas Shelley looks forward to a more balance in her life with her family, her love and dedication to San Luis Obispo will continue in her new capacities as she contributes to our new community as a local attorney and advisor. And so on behalf of city administration and behalf of our citizens and employees, we're going to express our deepest appreciation and gratitude for Shelley and her dedicated service, and extend the best wishes for her and her continued success and long future of adventures. Thank you.
I don't want to pick the formal proclamation up because I'll probably drop it. Just a few words, and thank you, Derek and a team, for those lovely words and acknowledgement, and thank you, council. As the 5th generation of my family to live in San Luis Obispo, it has been an honor to be in public service in my hometown. In my almost 24 years at the city, you've seen I've seen many things change, and as you can tell, I've worn many hats and juggled many jobs, often 2 or more. And throughout all of this, 2 things have remained constant for me. Of course, the first and foremost, mostly important to me, is the support from my husband, my son, my parents, and so many family members and friends. But the second constant has been the brilliant collaborative teams and staff I've worked with. The city is able to hire incredibly talented people. They're dedicated to public service, and they care deeply about their work and its impacts on our residents' lives. Your city staff, like me, love this community and the people and the place. And your city staff will continue to be a constant in providing excellent core services. What they do each and every day makes a difference. Your staff stand ready to do their level best on a normal day. And over the past few years, as we've seen on way too many days, full of surprises, challenges, and literal emergencies, they've got this. My professional accomplishments at the city are a result of the collaborative, supportive, and talented people I've worked with. I give them all my sincerest gratitude. It's been my joy and greatest professional accomplishment to see their successes. It makes me so happy. This team is ready, willing, and able to onboard your next assistant city manager. And they are going to do an exceptional job in supporting this transition and helping Derek, Whitney, and the entire team in continuing to provide core services of the city while accomplishing the community's goals. I wish the team the best, and I give my thanks to them all, and they've got this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Such wonderful words about truly amazing staff coming from an amazing person. So thank you. Okay, city manager, report, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a hard act to follow. I've got some items to cover tonight, and just want to update the community on some important things that are happening with you in your community. So as we get the power or the slide deck up, always want to pause and just take stock of our beautiful community that we get to enjoy. But I'll jump into some business here just in a second. So on the next slide, I want to just share with the council, following your action, following the Ninth Circuit ruling of Restaurants Association versus City of Berkeley that held that essentially ordinance similar to ours was invalid because it was preempted by federal law. There's an administrative order that's been signed both by myself and the community development director that essentially provides that there may be allowed projects to move forward with natural gas infrastructure. We are putting essentially permit those that are drawing permits on notice that if there is some sort of change in legal circumstances that will allow us to revert back to our all electric requirement. And of course, you know that your staff and council are following this issue very closely as it works through the court system. And there's work groups throughout California who are trying to navigate this. And so staff is notifying applicants with an acknowledgement form that is now included as part of the building permit application process that if you decide to pursue, mixed fuel as part of your overall development strategy, that if should the landscape change, you may be required to adjust your building permit. And so that order has been placed online, and we'll be notifying all the permits that are issued, and of course, meeting with our developers roundtables we navigate through this time. Moving next, I know that Councilmember Marks has been very close to this, and in June, the IWMA, Integrated Waste Management Authority Board of Directors approved a temporary reduction in solid waste management fees of 5.4 to 4.4%, offering relief to customers. And so this temporary reduction resulted from some additional work that identified some organizational efficiencies in redundant operations. And so the temporary fee reduction is improved until June 30th, 2024. And so, however, the fee will be assessed again as we look to hopefully reunite with the county as it rejoins IWMA. Customers will see the reduction on their July bill with information explaining the temporary change, and those already charged will receive a credit for their next bill. Moving forward to celebrating a summer, and everyone loves going out and enjoying our parks, and our Parks and Recreation team is doing a fantastic job, whether it's our Monday meetups or Super Rec Saturdays, or various different opportunities that really showcase that parks make life better. So July is that month, and so we're hoping there'll be opportunities to join the fun in a variety of opportunities. And so one of the best things is the second Super Rec Saturday on July 15th at the SLO Swim Center. And so over 600 participants enjoyed the event on July 1st. I was out at Sinsheimer Park and the parking lot was full, the park was hopping, and there was a lot of people just enjoying the day. And we also have another opportunity, a second bilingual city ranger-led hike on Sunday, July 16th. We'll explore the Irish Hills, and so you meet at Madonna Duval Ranch Trailhead. This is a free program and no reservations are required. There's also an opportunity to join the summer's Senior Olympics events happening on the week of July 17th to the 21st. And activities focus on those senior events at Mitchell Park, French Park, and SLO Senior Center, and will conclude with a closing ceremony barbecue at Mitchell Park on Friday the 21st. And so for more details and a list of activities, you can always contact Hadley Clegg at 805-781-7303, or for more about our senior programs, you can go to slocity.org/seniors. As we see some of our first days that are starting to warm up after a fairly wet winter and spring and very foggy early summer, we're already seeing that wildfires are becoming a year-round reality, even with those weather conditions. And our fire department has created the Ready, Set, Go guide that will provide you with information on how you can get ready. And that's really everyone's responsibilities. If we have a disaster that strikes, we need everyone to first be prepared to take care of themselves. And they can do that by hardening your home, creating defensible space, having fire smart landscaping. Get Set is really about creating an emergency action and communication plan. So be thinking about who are the people that you need to take care of. Who maybe you are someone that is taking care of yourself. And so what do you need to do? And what is your plan? Preparing for perhaps an emergency supply kit. So if you're asked to go, you're prepared for evacuation and what you can do eventually if you are trapped. So all of that work begins now and really should begin in earnest. Our friends in our other public safety department will be celebrating National Night Out on August 1st, and SLO City public safety teams want to spend the time in your neighborhood and with you. And so National Night Out is a national community building campaign that promotes public safety community partnerships. Last year, we brought back National Night Out after a 2-year hiatus, and our public safety teams had a blast visiting a variety of neighborhoods in San Luis Obispo and exchanging information. And so our teams are really excited to meet with neighbors again and get to know everyone. Next, I want to share with the council that today in the morning, the Board of Supervisors unanimously supported and accepted a $13.4 million encampment resolution funding from Cal ICH. And so the city will be partnering with the county, Good Samaritan Shelter, and Dignity Moves to address the encampments along Bob Jones Trail and develop 34 interim shelter and 46 permanent supporting housing units. That's right, nearly 80 units in total School on the property adjacent to the Department of Social Services on South Higuera. This collaboration with the county is in line with our major city goal. You may recall there was a fair amount of tenants in our major city goal and also in our strategic plan that lined up with both the county and the state, and tenants of the at-home plan that's being circulated by CSAC. And we were one, I believe, of 16 overall jurisdictions and regions that received funding. We were the third highest award out of the state of California, just after Los Angeles and San Diego. And so I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge Daisy Weiberg and Teresa McClish and the talented team that works on homeless issues for all of our work on advocating to the county of San Luis Obispo. With that, Madam Mayor, I'm going to bring up back Jennifer Rice, and I want to give an update to the City Council about mobility, in particular in our downtown, and then some of the feedback that we've gotten about our gateless program in our Palm One parking structure.
All right, thanks again for having me up here and for the opportunity to provide a brief update on a really exciting project, but also one that we've received a lot of feedback on in the last few weeks since its implementation. And that's the new gateless system at 842 Palm Street, and then also the Park Local program. So I learned about 20 minutes ago that I have 7 minutes to get through this, so I'm just gonna zip through. This slide is kind of just to show how the gateless system ties into the overall goal. So the overall goal, of course, is having a vibrant downtown and increasing people to come to the downtown, and how can we support that? And so this also nicely represents how the mobility division will be supporting this goal as well. So with active transportation and transit and parking, all of them have roles to play in supporting the downtown and how we can increase visitors and access to the downtown. So active transportation, supporting people walking and biking, and that facilities and infrastructure. With slow transit, or with the transit system, we have our the old slow trolley that actually just came back for the summer, the Downtown Transit Center and Downtown Access Pass. And then in parking, one of the strategies that we're doing to increase visitors to downtown is increasing our parking capacity. And so the main thing we're doing to do that is the new parking structure at Palm and Napomo. Because that's a really high cost, and then as we move on into the future, even after construction of that, there will be continued ongoing costs for maintenance and operations of that structure, as well as the other structures we have. So gateless is one of the strategies that we're implementing to keep costs lower, and it does that by lowering operating costs by just reducing the staff that has to operate the facility. It keeps the rates lower by actually being able to capture more of the revenue throughout the day. So the system, the gateless system, actually operates 24/7, where previously we just had staff there during certain times of the day. So we're able to capture more revenue than we previously were with the gated system. And then it also offers different types of parking. So with the 24/7 enforcement, we also can offer overnight parking, which is something that we didn't used to offer in the structures. And then so closely tied to the gateless system and it being implemented concurrently, of course, is the Park Local program. And that's the exclusive benefit to San Luis Obispo County residents to continue that when our free parking in the parking structures. So again, this is just to show how the gateless system and the Park Local program, how those are really tying into the overall program of mobility and the goal to increase visitors and vibrancy to the downtown. Next slide. Thank you. So this is just one snapshot in time of data. This is looking at July 1st through July 9th of last year at the same time, and then in 2023. And so we're looking at numbers in the parking occupancy at the structures and on the street occupancy. They're broken into two tables because we track them differently. In the structures, we track the number of vehicles, and then the on-street occupancy we're tracking in dollars. So overall, in the structures, we did see overall utilization went down 6%. And again, this is just a snapshot of a week and a half, but we actually saw those decreases happening in the Marsh and 919 Palm structures, which are actually the ones that have gated. And we saw an increase in 842 Palm, which is the gateless system. And maybe that's because of the Park Local program is supported there. Maybe people are finding that it's more convenient to use the app, and that's why they're choosing to park there. We'll continue monitoring the data to see if trends emerge, but this is just one piece of it for now. The on-street parking, we did see an increase in the revenue generated for the on-street. The 2023 number in the table is adjusted to account for the rate increase in parking that did happen between last year and this year. So although you can't compare the two tables, the dollar amounts doesn't necessarily translate to number of vehicles because you don't know how long someone was parked there. But what we can say is that the overall reduction is somewhere less than that 6% that we saw in the parking structure because we had an increase in the on-street parking. Next slide. Thank you. So the program has been in effect for a few weeks, and of course we've been hearing a lot of feedback from the community, our partners, and even city employees who have been going out and testing and trying to use the different programs. And so we've been compiling a list and generating different action items that can appropriately address the concerns and improve the program and eventually overall user experience. So I won't walk through all of these, and this was also provided to the council last Friday as well. But some of the things we've been hearing, people don't understand how to use the Park Local program, so some immediate actions, some additional communication efforts, improved signage, developing a step-by-step guide, something easy, here's how you do it, 1, 2, 3. Another question, how do I use the mobile app or pay station? So same thing, just really increasing the communications and using different types of messaging to get a clear message out for everyone. And next slide. Why the change to pay first rather than pay at the end? And that's the Park Pay Play versus Park Play Pay. And as of now, the main reason is there's multiple technologies that are all working together to support the gateless structure, and most of them either give data to the other one or receive data, but they don't do both and they don't talk to each other. And so we are working with the vendors just to explore if it's even a feasible option to customize it so that that is an option. The Park Pay Play is how the street parking has been always, I think. So it's not something that's totally new, but we have definitely heard that folks like having the option to park, play, and then pay at the end. So it is something that we're looking into. Next thing we've been hearing that people have heard different information from the programs from parking staff. So we are just looking into making sure that our staff has the training and resources and getting them all the information that they have so that they can give correct information. Can't read the rate signage at the structure. There was some signage installed at the structure. It was white lettering on white background. So that, if it hasn't already, will be replaced shortly. So this isn't an all-inclusive list. There's obviously more things that we're working on, and then this is also a growing list. So as we're hearing things, we're adding to this list. We'll continue to document everything. The goal, of course, is just to continue working with our downtown partners, our communications team, and the community and users of the system to work to reduce as much friction as possible and hopefully have a system that's convenient and addresses the needs of all of the users and the community that's coming to the downtown. So that's my update. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one question for you before you leave. I've heard for quite a while now questions from different businesses about the 2-hour parking that they feel that we created as of July 1st, and that this has actually been around for quite a while because of previous business owners not wanting to have turnover, I should say. Have you found that you've received comments on that, or is that just something they send to us?
I I have not seen that one yet, but also there's so many comments coming in and we're still working our way through all of them.
Totally.
So that isn't one that's already on our list, but I'll add it now that you've mentioned it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for the great presentation. We appreciate it.
Mayor, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, Councilmember Francis, I have her too, so just so you know. Go ahead. Maybe. I don't have, oh, good, okay, thank you.
Wasn't sure if it was supposed to be or. Yeah, so my question is about the feedback that you're getting. I know we're getting feedback, you're getting some feedback. If people want to provide feedback, should they do that in the Ask Slow app? Choose parking, or what's the best way for people to get their questions answered right now?
I think because we are getting it from everywhere, and so that's sort of fine, but it does take longer to consolidate everything. I think the best thing that we're asking folks to do right now is to email parkinginfo@slowcity.org, and that's kind of the hub where we're going through and tracking everything.
Parkinginfo@slowcity.org.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis?
Thank you, Councilmember Schwartzman. That was my question as well.
No.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I just want to add the comment, oh, sorry, Vice Mayor Marks has a question too. And I just want to add the comment as far as the pay then play versus play then pay. What the heck that means is people being able to just park in the structure for as long as they'd like to, do their shopping, they're eating their movie, whatever they're doing, and then pay for what they've done versus when you go on this off on the on-street parking, that is, I think I'm going to be somewhere for an hour or 2 hours. I'm going to pay the money and then go do my thing. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that because people have said, what does that mean when they hear it from us? And sometimes we have some staff and council jargon. And I think that's the whole reason we wanted people to go in the structure is so they can have that comfort and that freedom. So I hope that vendor situation can be figured out soon. Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, what about, I've been hearing some questions and comments from people who don't carry around cell phones all the time and are maybe not all that up to speed in terms of the high tech, this or that. How are they being accommodated in the new parking structure, in the gateless?
So if you don't have the mobile app, then you can pay at the kiosk that's there. And same thing, we have a job to do, communications, to be able to make it understandable for people to know how to use that kiosk. In the interim, we've been having our parking ambassadors out there, especially on the busiest days. So from Thursday afternoon and through the weekend, out there walking people through it and being there to answer any questions and help people through it.
So they have to find the kiosk. And are there directions?
Yeah, so
kiosks are
the
is there-
kiosks, there are 2 kiosks located in the 842 Palm parking structure, and they're both at the exit points. And there is signage throughout the garage directing to where it is, and then there's signage directly at it also. And then we're also adding another kiosk as well.
And they can pay with credit cards and also with cash,
Can they pay
or
with
just
cash?
credit cards? Pardon?
Great question. I think we've all had a crash course in the last 5 days of
Yes.
this. So yes, we can pay for, so there's multiple ways. There's a number of apps you can pay for if you are tech savvy. You can also pay with your credit card, or you can pay with cash. And so you have multiple different options that are all available. The best part of it is that you have a friendly, staff that are right there to walk you through it. So if you get confused, they can help you out. I've seen some of our staff help people remember their license plate numbers and put in the information into the machine and figure all of these details out. And I think, this is a shift in learning. We're essentially going from a system where we had 1950s technology to 21st century technology. And so we're trying to give people as much grace as possible and assistance at the same time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, you bring up a moment right there. Can you also remind us, either Jennifer or City Manager, why we went to the pay stations in the first place?
Yeah, great question. So, this all happened, some of the pay station technology shift happened during the pandemic, and that was largely because it was for two reasons. One, the manufacturers were no longer supporting the old infrastructure, so we were having to essentially try to buy used parts off of the internet to support our system. Secondarily, our communication system, you may recall that some of our on-street meters you could pay with a credit card. Well, that was supported by 2G technology. So way back. I think we're now exploring 6G. And so that the mobile carriers were discontinuing supporting 2G. And so not only were we having to, scrap to find parts, they were soon no longer going to be able to connect to the overall mobile system to then be able to report that you've made your payment.
Thank you. I just know that some people think we just went to the pay stations for the fun of it, and I thought it'd be nice to kind of know why, the history. See, Councilmember Francis.
Yes, thank you. Vice Mayor Marks, you brought up another question for me, which is for our kiosk users. One of the advantages for folks parking in the parking garages is that they can spend a little longer there, maybe spend the whole day. And so for their kiosk users, if they pay for 2 hours and then realize they want to spend a little longer, go see a movie, go out to eat, can they go back and have the kiosk recognize that they've already paid for however many hours and add additional hours then?
Still on? Okay, yes. As long as it's still an active session that the time hasn't run out, you can go back and add more hours.
Fantastic.
And then the mobile app is obviously a lot simpler to do that as well too. You don't have to go back.
Thank you so much.
So if you expired, what happens?
Matt?
Car evaporates.
I figured you get a ticket. That's why I'm
I've
making sure.
exhausted everything I've learned in the last 3 days, so I'm calling up for
Here comes
help.
Gavin to the rescue.
And this is our parking manager, Gavin.
If your parking session is expired through the pay station, you do have to start a new parking session. So that's the short answer of it.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. Just want to double check. Councilmember Schwarzman.
Yeah, when I got on council, I learned about a program that I didn't know existed before called Chaser Tickets, which is, my understanding is it's something that a business could provide a token of some sort to a business patron, and then they could use that to pay for part of their parking costs in one of the downtown locations. And my understanding is that this new gateless technology will make that system a little bit easier to use. And so I just wondered if you could kind of confirm that and maybe talk about that a little bit. And if you want to
I'm
call
going to
Gavin.
bring Gavin up again.
Yeah, it's a great tool for businesses that want to validate. Absolutely.
Yeah, so part of the reason we switched to the new pay stations we have in the parking structures, and we'll be rolling them out throughout the other pay stations that are downtown. These new pay stations do accept a code, so businesses would be able to purchase a code, similar as we used to have a Chaser ticket. That would provide a validation of their choosing to the customer. So.
Excellent, thank you.
And for people who've been here a long time, we used to have the tokens, so.
I still have a couple floating.
Oh, you? Well, thank you so much. Any other questions from my colleagues? All right, thank you, Jennifer and Gavin and City Manager. Well, next is the chance to have a public comment about anything you'd like that is not on the agenda. We will have many items on the agenda later, obviously. So if you have not had your chance to put in your public comment speaker slip, you can still do that. So please go ahead and send one over to the city clerk here. Otherwise, I will hand it over to you, City Clerk.
Okay, right now for in chambers, we have one person, Andrew Montrogen. And you'll also notice that we're now going to an on-screen timer instead of using the one we were using before.
Of my opposition to this DEI. I think it's a waste of taxpayers' money. I'm totally opposed to it. It doesn't produce anything. I have no idea what it has to do with affordable housing in San Luis Obispo, but I do know that the university should put a cap on its enrollment, because what happened in Santa Barbara with their community college, they kept jacking up the enrollment and the rents went up. So it's pretty obvious, what consequence of these universities and colleges trying to expand their enrollment. It seems to me that they could build more colleges and universities. So I am very much, I'd like you to please explain to us at some point, how does this money benefit taxpayers? You're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on something that I think is absolutely produces nothing. The other issue I'm kind of concerned about is the war in Ukraine bothers me a lot. I think that we have the congressman refuses to meet with his constituents, and I'd like to know why that is. Surely, being all Democrats, you must have some insight into that. Also, I'd like to know why he constantly mentions that the war was started by Putin when, in fact, we invaded the country in 2014, and then 4 years later, U.S. Congress stopped U.S. aid to Ukraine because they were Nazis, and they didn't want to give us our money going to Nazis. And then apparently, when the war started, it's okay to give money to Nazis. So, what is your position on the war? And also, what's your position on the Nord Stream pipeline bombing, which was a huge environmental catastrophe? And if you claim to be an environmentalist, what is your position on that? I'd like to know. So anyways, thank you for your time, and I hope you take my comments into consideration and at some point explain to us where our tax dollars is benefiting from your DEI stuff.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other comments? And or anyone else on Zoom? I should ask the question as well.
That was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, now we move on to the consent agenda. We have a lot of items on the consent agenda if you haven't had a chance to look at that. So if you have any comments on the consent agenda, please make sure you put in your speaker slip, and we'll go ahead and have the public comment in a minute too. Any initial items that need to be pulled or have any comments on from my colleagues? Okay, so we'll move forward to public comment. City Clerk, are there any public comment slips for consent agenda items?
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you so much. And I do want to just highlight there was an email from the City Clerk regarding the the San Luis Obispo Museum of Art and the city, just making sure my colleagues saw that as well. Great. And I just wanted to say that I'm really thrilled by all of the people who continue to serve on our advisory body committees. So much work has been done, as you see from the Promotional Coordinating Committee for visitors and community members, as well as the Tourism Business Improvement District, and getting to accept Ryan Meller on the Mass Transportation Committee. I'm very thankful for the students that continue to also be a part of our advisory bodies. So I have Councilmember Shoresman.
I'll say ditto to the thank yous to all the people that participate in our advisory bodies, and a welcome to our new member. And thank you to staff for answering some of my questions about the SLOMA agreement. And I'm prepared to make a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda.
We just have one more, Councilmember Francis.
I am happy to second that.
All right, so we had a motion from Councilmember Shoresman and a second from Councilmember Francis. City Clerk, can we have roll call?
Councilmember Shoresman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Technology is awesome sometimes. Thank you. Have a good night. Excuse me. So now we move forward to our first public hearing item, Regional Housing and Infrastructure Plan. And we will have City Manager Derek Johnson, Community Development Director for the first time, I believe, Timmy Tway, Housing Policy and Programs Manager Teresa McClish, and maybe Kyle, maybe not, presenting the plan. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. So we've got a presentation tonight, and just maybe for just to set a little context, prior to the pandemic, there has been a considerable amount of work to work on kind of our regional approach around housing. And leading up, I think, to really the 2018 time period, there was a real focus on collaborating on a variety of different, I would say, pernicious and challenging public policy issues, whether it was on homelessness, housing. At the time, we were all extremely motivated and activated around that time period, around the pending announcement of the closure and decommissioning of the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant. That began a series of conversations about some of the areas that really have been challenges for our region. And some of those issues haven't really changed since then. Housing and infrastructure are one in particular that continues to be a critical pathway for how are we as a region going to be resilient both socially and sustainably and at the same time economically. And so that began a fair amount of work. Ultimately, the cities and the counties agreed to essentially a housing compact. Much of that ended up as part of our housing element that ultimately was certified by HCD. And then subsequent to that was really, well, what's next? What are the next steps to now transition from our housing element and these broad aspirational goals of collaborating and trying to align those three different areas of environment, social, and economic, kind of the three legs of the stool in a really way that served our community. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Director Tway and her team, and then we'll introduce the REACH team.
Thank you, Derek. I do the honors tonight, and I'm very happy to introduce to you part of the Housing and Infrastructure Plan project team with us this evening, and that's Carolyn Berg of the COBEL Collaborative and Sarah Sanders, a transportation planner with SLOCOG, and they're going to walk us through the presentation this evening.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of SLO community. We also have a member of our REACH team here, Melissa James, and Russ Levenway and Michael Foote are currently presenting to the Atascadero City Council. So our whole team is here and out in the community supporting these great conversations. So tonight, I'm going to be talking to you about the Regional Housing and Infrastructure Plan. It's a mouthful, so I'm going to keep calling it the HIP throughout so that I don't have to keep saying that. What I'll cover really briefly is a background, giving some context. I think Derek just covered a lot of the high points, I think, about work done before today. And then I'll touch on the stakeholder engagement process we undertook and give a really brief overview of the project and some of the key findings you might find most pertinent to you. And then close out with a brief discussion on what the future could look like before we get into recommended actions. And I think the important thing too to note there on that last slide is just our whole team is here to really supplement the conversation, so we can dive deeper where needed, but I'll stay high level just so that we can get to your conversation quicker. So next slide. So of course, as you're aware, the creation of the housing that we need in this region takes the actions of many. Your city council has done a lot to make progress in terms of creating the housing supply needed and creating resilient infrastructure to support your current community, but also your visions of the future. And so we worked with your team just to highlight a few, because I don't want to launch into what's coming without looking at what's already been done that's making a big impact on our region. So whether it's through preservation of very low income housing units that are far and few between throughout the region, moving towards a pro-housing culture and designation as a community. You've also really focused in for many years now on water resilience and creating the infrastructure needed for your community, in addition to working with private industry to create housing that spans the whole income categories and all the needs of the community. And then finally, of course, you've also looked inward at how do we continue becoming more efficient as government agencies and looking at moving forward the right types of housing in a quicker pace as needed. So next slide. So as I mentioned, of course, no agency can solve this challenge that we all are trying to rise up to, which is the limitation of housing that's accessible and affordable to our residents and workforce. there are many partners at play here. So the burden is certainly not all on local government, but you are one key part in this overall ecosystem when we look at what it takes to envision this long-term future of housing needed, but also support its planning and building on the ground. So next slide. And in that vein, as Derek mentioned, in 2019, the county had taken lead with the city's SLOCOG and private industry stakeholders to advance a phased regional initiative to look at what does it mean to work together on overcoming these challenges. Of course, each community holds their own land use authority and responsibilities, and so it's not taking away from that, but trying to envision what parts could we do together. That way we can do better and make a larger impact sooner than if we each worked alone. So the first goal Derek mentioned was in early 2020, all 40 elected officials across the entire region adopted one common vision through the regional compact that spoke to several broad goals of where we could really advance towards meeting our housing needs. And then the second goal, which Derek mentioned, was really starting the work to align land use planning documents where it makes sense. Each agency did adopt their own housing elements, planning for their particular ways of addressing housing needs through 2028. But within each of those agencies' documents, we also include a regional chapter. So that was done in terms of looking at what kind of policies could we pursue together. Or what kind of funding could we pursue together? Both of those first goals pointed towards the need for, yes, as Derek said, how do you get down to the details? How do you actually start defining what priorities rise up over others? And so that's where we're going to head tonight. So next slide. Of course, there's been a lot of years. Pre-pandemic, we had a much shorter timeline, but with the onset of the pandemic, certainly efforts were set aside for a bit until last summer when the county signed an MOU with SLOCOG to take over leadership of this final goal and develop a strategic planning analysis tool. And so that's really what drove forward the process was through Sarah's leadership and SLOCOG board's leadership. It's been moving at an accelerated pace because this plan is being funded by the county's Senate Bill 2 grant funding, and that sunsets in September. So we really had to move forward this plan and all of the related studies at a rapid pace. In that way, Ms. Sanders focused the plan on creating just the first phase of this living tool, and that's looking at how do we inventory infrastructure barriers across the whole region that are getting in the way of housing, and how do you determine priorities among those many needs throughout the region? And on top of that, how do you identify what funding opportunities might make sense for each of those projects looking forward? So next slide. And so for the stakeholders engagement process, because going very back to the beginning, no agency can do this alone, we wanted to make sure that there were many stakeholders involved so that we could really hear from not just public entities, but private and across all the levels from staff up to leadership, and then today elected officials. So we engaged the city county managers group to help sort of create swim lanes or the overall intention and frame of what this tool could create. The Housing Action Team, that's a group that meets monthly, made up of your community development staff and those for the rest of the cities, county, and SLOCOG. We also engaged the builders and developers throughout the region to get a private industry's thoughts on building and development, real estate, and other facets. And then our housing advocacy group went to other groups that are very involved in housing, but maybe not as directly. We have Chambers of Commerce, Home Builders Association, our nonprofit builders, YIMBY, and others. And then our final large group are the elected officials. And so now that that plan is far enough along, we're doing a large outreach to all of the elected officials throughout the region to hear comments from you and seek support for this living tool moving forward. Because we didn't want to stand on our own and try to interpret between all of these stakeholder groups, we formed one final stakeholder group, the HIP Steering Committee, which Councilmember Pease sat on. And this was made up of representatives from all of these groups, just to make sure that we had someone to vet how do we integrate the thinking across groups. So next slide. So today's presentation is part of a larger series. As I mentioned, part of our team is up at City of Atascadero tonight. Really, all of this started in early June when the SLOCOG board received the draft HIP and asked staff and their teams to come out and present to each of the member agencies and seek your comments, seek support for this overall effort. So June and July are spent going to all the city councils, seeking your support. And what do I mean by that? I don't mean that you have to adopt the plan. I don't mean that you need to sign a resolution tonight. We're not mandating any action coming out of today's plan. It's simply support for this strategic planning tool, something that can be adapted over time as you understand your city better, and the same with the other cities moving forward. Then, based on all of those presentations, we'll go back to the SLOCOG board on August 2nd, where they'll be asked to consider adoption. And they'll, of course, want to hear, what came up at all of the different communities meetings. And then finally, the County Board of Supervisors, as the grant funding entity, will then accept the plan and provide it to the state to close out that process. So next slide. So the HIP has many different facets to it. In developing an infrastructure priority, it took quite a bit of data gathering and compiling. So there's a lot of elements in here, but again, I wanted to really focus in on the infrastructure prioritization and then 2 related studies that become toolkits for your agency. So we'll start off with infrastructure on the next slide. So SLOCOG, as I mentioned earlier, their main focus for this plan is to create the highest impact on accelerating housing. So it's not that other projects don't matter, but the purpose of this plan was to look at which projects matter the most for achieving that goal. So this all started with compiling all of the community's data, the land use data that your city has already planned in your housing elements and general plans, the infrastructure needs that your community has already identified, and same with all of the other cities and county. And then compiling those all together, SLOCOG then looked at what are the housing efficient areas. So this really relates to where is there already transportation, water, and wastewater capacity, or could there be if you remove some barriers? So this took a large group of 440 infrastructure projects that were deemed to be important to communities and whittled that down to 80 that are considered to be HIP projects, where it's actually within a housing efficient area. So the next step that SLOCOG undertook was prioritizing those. And it's pretty broad brush because this is the first phase, but they focused on, is an infrastructure project truly needed for new housing? What's the benefit cost? So overall investment needed to close the funding gap for that project versus how many housing units are coming into that city. And then finally, are there barriers to development? For instance, if a community has a moratorium and can't grow, then that would be considered something that moves them to a low priority. And next slide. So the key findings here, there were, as I said, 80 HIP projects overall, and the impactful part of that is combined, the total funding gap need is over $1 billion. So that's if you combined all of the needs across the region. And so looking across those, what that starts to allow the region to do is to consider, if we were to focus funding as a region, what projects could be moved forward and how many housing units are attached to that. So for instance, focusing on the high priority funding, if the $348 million funding gap was closed, that helps advance 54 infrastructure projects that can then help to alleviate or at least quicken the pace that the related housing could move forward at. So next slide. So I did not want to take you through all 80 projects. There's just a few examples from throughout the whole region, and for SLO City in particular, it included different transportation-related priorities like the Broad Street and Tank Farm Road intersection, but also SLO's water and sewer improvements and a number of others. Next slide. So that's really the major outcome of the HIP planning tool. And then, as I said, SLOCOG then pursued 2 related funding studies. One of them is the funding assessment. So what this does is it really looked at those 80 HIP projects, and BKF Engineers, the consulting firm, then has been looking at a tailored approach for every project, what grant opportunities might be best suited to that each city could consider pursuing or could partner up with other cities to pursue. They've also been looking at what's the overall funding gap, even with all of those grant funding opportunities pursued. So that's an outcome that's coming from that study. The main takeaway here is it's a toolkit for your city. There's no mandated action. You can look at the grant funding opportunities, and if they're relevant and something worth pursuing, your city could do that, or the region could look at doing some kind of collaborative effort together. The other thing to say on the funding effort is, as your city's likely well aware, there is so much of a tie now between issues. So a lot of times we pursue infrastructure funding, and they want to know how that helps or hurts your housing initiatives. So this creates a tool that starts to provide your city's needs in the context of the greater region and tell that story of why certain projects really do make a larger impact on housing. And then the next slide, the final study that was pursued. So the cities and county community development staff raised an issue that they wanted to have a regional study done to consider, is affordable by design truly possible without deed restriction or financial subsidy? And so Eco Northwest came on board to help SLOCOG with this study. And of course, their findings are sobering, but not surprising. They found that when it comes to market rentals, there are some instances where there are affordable units without those interventions. They're typically higher density, lower amenities. But when it comes to for sale, no surprise to most of us, the market's not even close. And really, from their professional expertise, a longer term approach is needed. And so the next effort that they engaged on was coming up with a portfolio of possible policy options that could be considered based on what they've seen elsewhere throughout the US. So next slide. Again, they fall under these 4 broad categories. But just like the funding study, this is creating a toolkit for the cities to look at. Some of them you're actually already doing, but maybe other cities in our region are not. So they're developing more of a framework on what policies could make a difference, where else has this been done, and then your city has the opportunity to look at those and see if any of them apply or might be worth looking at further. In the next slide. So as we look forward, again, today is just part of a longer term, step-by-step process to move forward together as a region. And the overall goal being to create the adequate supply of housing, create resilient infrastructure, and support a strong economic prosperity. And we need each community to step forward to make sure that this HIP tool becomes what it needs to be and ultimately is adopted through different types of actions that each agency takes. How do we make more of an impact on our housing supply needs throughout the region? So I wanted to stress again and again that nothing in the HIP is mandating action by any of the cities. It's simply offering tools. It's offering a regional way of looking at priorities. We understand each community is unique. You have your land use planning authorities. Those don't go away through this process. It's, again, simply creating another tool. And as you may hear during Q&A, it's also a living document, so very open to feedback from the council or questions you may have, but we're really looking forward to working with you in the future. And I think I'll hand off to Teresa to walk through the recommended actions, but here and available if you have further questions.
Thank you very much, Carolyn. And this document and all the attachments before you are here for your consideration, and they are requesting your support this evening as a recommitment to the 2020 Regional Compact this evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Carolyn, as well. What a wonderful presentation. There's so much information in there that obviously was already in our packet, in our report, but I love how you were able to kind of pull it all together so succinctly. Initial questions or comments, Councilmember Pease.
Thank you so much. It's been great to be able to participate this just as SLOCOG, and then to be on the steering committee. It's just chock full of really great information and as you say, tools. And I appreciate the clarity about, we can be supportive of the plan without necessarily hashing through every detail. So I think the one the couple of questions I have. One I emailed about, which is the benefit cost ratio. That this column is kind of here's the cost of the project, here's the number of housing units, and then kind of divides it. So in the city, each of our, we have over 6,000 anticipated housing units. So one project gets divided over 6,000. So each of ours, potentially has a really high, a favorable dollar amount, whereas one of the other communities might have a really expensive project, not that many housing units. So it seems that, maybe that water project ends up with a really challenging cost per unit. It's like, wow, you have to spend all that money to get that unit, but it might be that the water is going to benefit the whole community. So, like one of the examples, it looks like there's Froome Ranch, there's some sidewalk widening and some road widening, and that specific project is still being divided over all 6,000 units versus the 500 units or whatever at Froome Ranch. So we had we've talked about this off and on, and like, well, this is kind of a straightforward, consistent way to do it. But I am a little concerned just in terms of that prioritization, because it is being used to prioritize. So I'm wondering if you can, and I'm kind of looking at Sarah, or maybe if you could just talk a little bit more through it, both why we're kind of landing there, although there has been feedback, I think, about this number in particular at prior meetings. And then what, do you anticipate modifications, fine tuning to that? And what are some other ways to look at that?
Yeah, great. Thank you for that question. And yes, it's very simple the way we did it, because this grant is focused on accelerating housing development. And so we thought this was the fairest way in the shortest amount of time that we had to do it. But it's the start. And so it's good that you're bringing it up, because we were totally open to suggestions on how to make that more equitable, or you think more fair, because this is supposed to be a living tool. We want this to continue and to grow and to change. So when there's better ideas, let's add them in. But yes, so if you have any, that would be great.
All right. Good, great. So, so it sounds like there's opportunity moving forward to kind of fine tune, and that maybe something that's not a high priority might lift up because it's totally essential for that thing to happen, versus perhaps would be beneficial, et cetera. There's kind of that piece of it as well.
That's why it's kind of hard with putting water, wastewater, and transportation all together, even though they were prioritized separately. Water and wastewater were together, and transportation was another prioritization process. But SLOCOG doesn't really deal in water. And so this was our first time to contact the 44 water and wastewater agencies, learn all of this. And this is the first plan of its kind. We haven't found this kind of plan anywhere else. So no one's, even the consultant teams they mentioned today, they're like, we haven't seen anyone else kind of looking at this. And so it's exciting that we're all working on this together, and hopefully we can continue to make improvements on it.
Yeah, this is super exciting. The regional, just the transparency of having everything laid out there is amazing. It's really just been wonderful to see that collaboration, and to really understand that we have some real differences in our region about what our goals are. And so then I guess my second question is, I know one of the tools, or one of the considerations that will be brought in, is that jobs housing, the jobs piece of it. And of course, we often talk about, well, let's put the housing where the jobs are, but we also, of course, want to remember putting the jobs where the housing is, right? So at that regional cooperation that we're so grateful to have REACH taking such a leadership role in. And so I'm wondering, when we do bring in the jobs consideration, is it, well, the sidebar was, when we're doing the transportation efficiency, one of the things we were looking at for transportation was that transit wasn't going to a lot of these places. And we're like, yeah, but we can add a bus stop, right? That's an easy one to fix. So kind of similarly, rather than where the jobs are now, is there a strategy for incorporating where jobs could go? Who wants more jobs? Who's trying to get that economic new jobs piece of it into the prioritization of projects to unlock that piece, not just the housing piece, to unlock the jobs piece where the housing is?
Yes. So we've been working really close with the REACH team, obviously, on their SEDS process. And so when I think we're on like almost lateral timelines, we're like right there. And so when we have more data from that, we would like to incorporate it into this whole process. And so I think that requires a lot more conversations on how we would want to do it. So that's why it's good that you're bringing it up now, so we can start planning for how we're going to actually incorporate it into the analysis process.
Yeah, terrific. Okay. Well, yeah, when we get to discussion, maybe we have a few ideas, but otherwise I think that it's more of like, keep going,
Great.
bring in those folks. So those were my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Pease. Thank you, Carolyn, for the report and the beautiful, concise, as Mayor Stewart said, presentation. Appreciate your comments, Councilmember Pease, about the per unit cost. It seems like, that it would make it really easy to just build all the cheapest, the least expensive units, but obviously we can't build all the units in only where the least expensive per unit costs are, because we have people that live all over the county and that want to live all over the county and work all over the county, as you mentioned. I did have a question about sort of the types of housing that are being proposed in the various areas. I was looking over, I can kind of geek out on some of these tables. I won't geek out on all of them, but I'll just draw attention to one. There was a figure 10 that talked about future data considerations by community, and it kind of listed out each community and very succinctly talks about the number of units proposed in each area and breaks down the percentage of multifamily units proposed in each area. And obviously for a community like San Luis Obispo, it makes sense because of the services that we have and the space that we have to work on density, and that's what we've been doing, and more multifamily housing. But I was curious, in the community of San Miguel, for instance, it proposes 152 units, with 0 of them in multifamily. And so just wondering, if you can kind of explain what the thinking was that goes into that breakdown and how to decide which types of units are best for each type of area.
Yeah, great question. So in the regional transportation plan process, our GIS staff talked to all of the community development staff to collect that kind of information. So that's kind of what we have from the county is they're planning for that many units, or there was a development proposed, but it didn't include multifamily. It might now, so that's why we're totally open to like updating the data. But so some areas aren't as heavy with the multifamily as others. Like you could see in Grover Beach, where it's such a high live work percentage. And it's pretty impressive. So I think there's like definitely more detail to go into with that. And that's definitely something we can include in the prioritization process. And it's also included a little bit in the Affordable by Design study. So.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Shorsman. Sorry, my first time at the mic. I don't even know how to use this thing.
That's okay, it's confusing.
If I may interrupt and just provide some clarification, I'll ask Teresa to explain a little bit where that 6,000 number was that Councilmember Pease brought up, because it is a little bit different than, the RHNA number that we've seen in the past. So Teresa can explain where that number came from.
Certainly, and thank you. It's just a good, it is a big number, our RENA number that gets us to 2028 is 3354 number of units, and this is a 6,000 unit number, it's big, and that's because it is a broad build-out number through 2045. So it certainly does align with what's in our general plan land use element and factored out to the horizon of 2040, 2045. So I just wanted to give you some perspective on that number.
Thank you. That's actually really helpful. One of my questions. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I appreciate all of the questions you all have had so far. And it was a lovely presentation. Particularly loved the interactive mapping tool that was absorbed way too much of my time. So thank you very much for all of that. I had a question. You did a good job explaining why the Affordable by Design study was done, and that, of course, the results of it were rather sobering. I got a little hung up on the recommendations that came out of that, because the Affordable by Design study seemed to point to the fact that, we're not generating affordable by design units, and that those levers just aren't getting us there. But the proposal was, well, let's just pull on more of those levers and see if we get there, or build more of these types of units and see if we get there. And I was wondering if we, because we're looking at the results of that showing us not getting the results that we need, if we might want to broaden and look at other types of mechanisms, levers we could be pulling on, thinking outside the box of how are we actually going to generate of truly affordable housing. And I know that the point was to stay outside of the deed restricted with this particular study, but are we going to look at other ways to potentially deed restrict or find other ways to get to that affordable housing that we need?
So we'll have the final results Friday. Unfortunately, the whole thing will be published on Friday from the consultant. I was just talking to them today. So they show you, so let me back up a little bit, sorry. Okay, so we did a huge push, outreach push, and asked developers, we asked planning staff, we asked, I think we even asked city managers, didn't we? About which areas we should delve into a little bit more. So you only got like the high level. And so from there, we came up with the 6 that we needed to delve into more. And then we also recontacted all of the development staff to look at what are we doing now. And so in the, you'll see in the final report, what your staff is doing, or what your city's doing now, and then what could your city do in the future. And these are all voluntary things, policies to look at. But I think that's, that's as far as that we got with that one. We could go deeper, but yes.
I'll just build on what Ms. Sanders just spoke to. I think part of this as a living strategic tool and looking at that history of taking these incremental steps, I think that's something that the agencies could all consider together. Is there another layer of this to look deeper on? I think on top of that, this was looking at the specific context of affordable by design without deed restriction, but of course our nonprofit builders are working really diligently right now. I've been meeting with them recently, separate from this project, but looking at where are there opportunities to really increase the funding coming in for the deed restricted subsidized housing that brings in the very low and low income housing. But certainly I think as you look to the future with the other agencies in the region, not within this current phase of the HIP, but that's certainly something that the agencies could talk about. Is that a necessary step, like you said, to understand how the levers that government pulls on make a difference to the overall context?
Thank you so much for that. There was kind of one more question building on that, which was, it seemed, and please correct me if I misinterpreted it, but it seemed like the recommendation that was included regarding affordable by design was that potentially by building more, that we'd be kind of doing the whole supply and demand, and eventually that would kind of push on the costs and improve affordability for folks. But I was wondering if there was really good data available. I would love to see this included on areas like ours that is so highly desirable. Can you ever get ahead of that demand curve and actually create lower costs to buyers, to renters in a place where there's just kind of an endless supply of folks that would love to come in?
Yeah, so they did, so our consultant, they're out of California and Portland. And so they started looking at Portland because I know we all are very unique and different, but they also have a gap, income gap in a lot of their areas. And so they started looking at policies that they're doing that are making a difference. And so that's included. So they did do some case studies in this, but it's definitely something we can look at in the future, adding on to that effort.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I have a simple question, which is I'd love to see a copy of that MOU between the county and SLOCOG. So if somebody can email that to me at some point, I'd just like to read it.
Sure.
So you're not creating a whole level of bureaucracy in between the city and SLOCOG. It sounds like, because when I read this, I wasn't sure about what the relationship between our city and SLOCOG would be. Are we creating another level of bureaucracy with a steering committee? Is it like a mini JPA kind of shadow something or other in there? So if you could just clarify that, because I'm a big fan of SLOCOG. I think I was on the board for 10 years, something like that. So can you just clarify what the relationship would be if this plan goes forward between our city and SLOCOG?
Yes, so think of this as just like an ad hoc thing that SLOCOG is doing. So I made staff capacity for this effort because we knew this was a priority back when the county applied for it in 2018. And unfortunately, like that effort kind of fell by the wayside. And we had so much time there wasn't enough time or staff capacity at the county to fulfill this. And so SLOCOG was like, okay, we can try to do this. This is a regional effort. We want to push this forward. And so this is an ad hoc thing, and it doesn't change the relationship at SLOCOG. It's just we're working with everybody. We're doing a lot more housing than we ever did before.
Well, yeah, and I was actually happy to see the results of the Affordable by Design study because I've always thought it was a total sham, to put it bluntly in our city. The more units you have, the higher the rents go. And we're proving it now with our ADUs, with SB 9 and all that. And it's because our city is not a normal city. It's a city with a major university attached, or maybe, there's a university with the city attached. There's some question about that. But the market is what is going to determine the rent or the price of housing. And that's something that, as a real estate attorney for many years, follow the market closely. That's a reality that I think we need to just recognize and not pretend that an ADU is going to somehow be cheaper than a studio apartment, or, anyway. And I also am a big fan of mobile home parks, manufactured housing. So I'm curious why there's not anything that I've seen so far about creating new mobile home parks and getting them out there. Because so far, the mobile home parks that exist are really, really old. Yeah. And if you look at the population of who's in these mobile home parks, there's a lot of children, there's a lot of low-income people, there's a lot of people who maybe were homeless or would be homeless if an aunt or uncle didn't buy a unit and say, hey, you have a home. I mean, there's a it's kind of the first step out of homelessness, besides building these wonderful units that we're talking about, the city manager was mentioning, which are great. But if you're talking about really stability, we need more mobile home parks. So why wasn't that, I mean, it was cited as the only kind of housing that actually meets the criteria of being affordable.
Yeah.
But there was no like, and now we're projecting building more. And why not? Why stop there by just saying, oh, this is the only option that is really affordable?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. So with, well, one, the consultant couldn't find consistent land rent data, so we weren't able to like fully get the picture of how much it was really costing people in mobile home parks.
Mm-hmm.
And then also when I was at the county, I think HCD, when there's a mobile home park, that's kind of their jurisdiction.
Yes.
So I don't know if there's any other, but it could be added. I don't see why not.
But to create a mobile home park, yes, it's HCD. A mobile home is like a boat, the same kind of thing. You have a license. I happen to own one. Our daughter lives in it. So, you know, and these mobile home parks, the units are inspected by the state. So there's a high level of habitability that is required in these mobile home parks. Yeah, but anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there as a question. And I have to say, I have a concern. I wanted to ask about the map, and I did love the interactive
Map.
tool, and I love the list of possible grants. Wonderful. But I'm concerned about some of the potentially efficient areas of housing development. I'm specifically looking at the San Luis Obispo city map, and we've worked pretty hard not to sprawl beyond the borders of our URL and to create a green belt that, and yet the map of potential housing sites that I see around our city includes possibly building housing on O'Connor Way, Foothill, Los Osos Valley, up around the area next outside, well, anyway, outside of our borders in various places. And where does that come from?
So that came from putting all three efficiency components. Does it have water, does it have wastewater, and does it have the transportation access? And so with the interactive tool, there's also, is it designated as open space? Is it prime farmland? So even though it might be an efficient area, it's still like with your land use authority, it might kind of kick out those areas because of some of those land use categories already. So.
Well, you know, the city also doesn't have land use authority over everything.
Yes, the county, yes.
Although we love it probably, but no, but,
maybe making that a little clearer.
So this analysis is separate from, there are other ways that the tool would analyze potential siting for housing, is that correct?
Yeah, it was just, it was built so we could prioritize projects regionally. So we just wanted to see which projects related to the certain areas and then kind of narrow it down, because we did start with a list of 440 projects. So that just kind of helped us narrow down the project list.
So these are so these areas outside of the URL are like imaginary projects, or are they real projects that have been proposed?
They're not projects that are proposed. Those are just like areas that would be considered housing efficient or potentially efficient. So they don't dictate where housing is going to go.
Okay, well, I personally am against sprawl, so I just wanted to mention that. And I think I've reached, now, I just wanted to, again, clarify that this proposed plan would in no way infringe on our authorities as a charter city and our land use authorities.
No, this is all voluntary information for everybody.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Pease.
Thank you. I just had a follow-up question for city staff. As you're looking at the prioritization and some of the costs and the projects and kind of hearing our comments, I guess I'm checking in to see what's a reasonable involvement for staff to help with a fine tuning, to kind of dig into the weeds. I mean, it's somebody else's project, and I know staff has already had to, provide a lot of feedback. So as we are giving feedback to, basically to SLOCOG and then to the county, what, when I look at this, I go, well, our brilliant staff will figure this out, right? But what is a reasonable approach do you see for staff involvement going forward?
As this is a regional perspective, and so I'm sure all the input will be gathered and presented, as Carolyn explained in her presentation, to the SLOCOG board and the county, and then coming back likely to the cities again, as these reports continue to be published and refined. There's several options and opportunities for each jurisdiction's staff to participate. For example, there's a regional housing action team. We meet monthly. We'll be delving in more with the Affordable by Design study, and we'll be looking at opportunities there to perhaps incorporate it into our missing middle housing work effort that's defined in our major city goals, for example. So really looking at this as an opportunity, these tools that are laid out, I think we've accomplished many, but not all, and we'll look for certainly opportunities to expand or refine city projects and programs that may unlock and remove further barriers to housing, especially diversified housing types that we're really trying to zero in on with infill housing opportunities.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to my colleagues for answering or asking most of my questions. I just have like 2 left. So I'm having a little bit of challenge around the prioritizing of projects versus where potential future grant funding will go. And I don't know, Sarah, Carolyn, who gets to answer this, but all of these cities' presentations are going to roll up to the county, and what does the county say? They're going to adopt, and then grant funding comes out after, and it's like, oh, well, does it match that box? No, it doesn't. Okay, you don't get to get the funding. So I'm a little bit concerned around like how that regional collaboration will happen in the future if it doesn't match this plan, when there might be other factors that make a project make more sense. So if you could answer that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, great question. I talked to Pete today and Rich Murphy, who's our programming chief. And, when we prioritize projects that we have some money for, so like the community betterments, we use the disadvantaged communities assessment as a few extra points because that project benefits a disadvantaged community. So if it's a HIP project, it might just have a few more points, but this is not telling SLOCOG staff that these are the only projects that will be funded. So this was a starting point on moving, looking at it on a regional level, but it's not dictating where SLOCOG's putting all of their funding. So.
Thank you, that's helpful. And then as far as the Affordable by Design, when we talk about what's more possible with or without city policy interventions, I think about each area, and Affordable by Design is probably very different, each city. And I know obviously you shared that, but I'm just trying to picture how this HIP really can create a consistent kind of plan around the plan of Affordable by Design units throughout the whole county. It just, that was one thing I didn't feel like was very clear.
Yeah, so like Teresa and, well, Kyle hasn't spoken, but Teresa and Kyle, we meet with them monthly. And so this effort was as a result of us meeting monthly and talking about each jurisdiction's issues or successes and how we could get more housing in areas or type of housing. And so I think this is just part of that collaborative effort is to, and SLOCOG, I host the meeting every month. And so I hope they're still going to be active members because they're like key members and they're doing a lot of great work and they bring a lot of great policy recommendations and success stories and also like, hey, maybe look at that a little bit more or something like that. So I think that's really what this really limited scope study was, and I hope we continue that collaboration.
So I think this might answer my next question then. So in the realm of the projects we have in process but aren't necessarily created yet, the monthly meetings would tie those in when new projects come about?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. Just double checking. All right, well, those were my two last questions. Any other questions? All right, we'll move forward to public comment. Any public comment on this topic?
We have one person in chambers, and that's Barry Price.
Great, thank you.
So, hi, Mayor Stewart and council, and I want to thank the council and staff and the consultants for a forward-thinking approach signified by the plan you're considering. To really move forward with effective solutions, I think we have to kind of let go of a handful of old ideas that have already proven to be ineffective in achieving the mix of housing types and costs we need to meet our RHNA numbers and balance the jobs and housing needs of our community. There are two old ideas in this report that I'd like to highlight. Probably less elegantly than Councilmember Francis and Mayor Stewart asked. I wonder why we're still flogging the dead horse of Affordable by Design when even this very report admits it's a myth. And I won't go into the details because you've already mentioned them, but I would ask that council avoid what they call Affordable by Design policies and direct your consultant to examine a wider and deeper set of options for achieving affordability. Second, the notion that municipalities should pay for new infrastructure seems to be deeply embedded in our philosophy and approach. But consider that the 80 projects costing more than $1 billion amounts to a huge public subsidy for developers and builders and seems to be a classic example of socializing the costs and privatizing the profits. And even with the profit margins built into the plan assumptions, the development sector is still telling us they cannot build units cheaply enough to meet lower moderate income targets without income and rent restrictions. The report's words, even when we relax the rules and standards and do all the other things. So we need to ask why we're still subsidizing these ventures. Frankly, that's an old mindset that's preventing us from moving forward. Unless a development proposal accepts concrete and enduring income and cost limits, maybe we should require them to bear their own infrastructure costs. And finally, I want to point out that we've only been looking at one side of the affordability equation. The cost of housing is one thing, but the reality is that people don't earn enough here to pay what it costs. Nobody so far is talking about wage supports. If we can't reduce costs, maybe we need to increase wages. A citywide minimum wage that sets the bar high enough to make housing affordable at the 30% of income threshold would be another tool we could deploy to bridge the cost between bridge the gap between cost and income. So I encourage the council to direct your consultant to look deeper, look forward, and look beyond old notions of affordability by design and public subsidy, and consider a wider range of policy options.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Steve Del Martini and then Jim D'Antona.
Hi, Steve Del Martini, San Luis Obispo. I just wanted to make a couple of comments on the affordable by design, because I think Council Member Marks kind of hits it on the head. It's affordable by market in most cases, and I think everybody's aware of that. Affordable by design is a statement that has been thrown around for years, and I liken it to the recent council decisions on building, the 600 square foot units downtown to avoid some of the costs and things like that. And there was a public comment at those meetings that said, yeah, we're going to have 600 square foot units and they're going to be $1 million. And, so that's not affordable by design, but that's affordable by market. And I don't know if this could happen, but it could. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up was the mobile home parks. I could be wrong, but I believe that the mobile home parks started to not be built when they went under rent control. I think that is correct. I could be wrong. That would take some research. So I think that's why you don't have any mobile home parks that have been built in years and years and years, because if you sell one a mobile home that's not on its own land, you can raise the fee 10%. And I think that's part of, I think you'd be better off. And I think the density doesn't work anymore. I mean, if you can get 8 condos in the same spot as you can put 2 mobile homes, you're going to get or apartments. So I think you'd be better off if there was some sort of study in the future to say, okay, we want to put in a development that would be the same size or the same kind of style as ADUs. Okay, I can tell you that in the real estate industry today, the 900 to 1,200, 1,300 square foot homes on Bluebell in those areas are just super popular. I don't think you always have to have a 2,000 square foot house, but when you go to affordable properties, then the problem has been in the past, if you have affordable under some sort of deed restriction, then you have to have the expensive homes to pay for the affordable homes, and you keep kind of chasing your tail around in these things. And I can tell you also, and I've said this before, we're starting to see a lending realization that a lot of lenders don't like the 45 and 50-year deed restrictions. Your shared equity program, I think, is an excellent program for people to use, but it's getting more and more difficult to find, the investor lender for the lending community to come out and want to support a 45-year deed restriction. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
If anyone online would like to speak, please raise your hand.
Good evening, Jim D'Antona, President and CEO for the San Luis Obispo Chamber of Commerce. So thrilled that we're seeing the HIP plan coming and making its tour around the county. We were certainly thrilled to see back when Ms. Berg led the charge for the county on the plan to get everybody signed up for more housing as a first step. And now we're here to this point where we're talking about the bigger pieces. And one of those bigger pieces is, how do we unlock regional housing? And so I know we've talked a lot about, and certainly your job is to the folks of the city of San Luis Obispo, but as we look at investment regionally that unlocks housing in other places, all of that moves towards what we'd say in the SLO Chamber, the mission of improving our entire community, the job housing balance you talked about, Councilmember Pease. And so we would, even at times where it might not bring funding directly into San Luis Obispo to unlock a project, we would support the idea that we invest that money in a different part of the region because it helps bring some of that balance. And in that case, start to alleviate some of those pressures on our housing prices because somebody else is taking that off of our plate. We really have got to stop saying affordable by design, agree on all of that. I think we can make it as less expensive by design because I think we all would agree that a 1,200 square foot unit is going to go for less than a 2,500 square foot unit. And you're gonna get 2 of those units in where you got 1. The idea is right. in that build smaller, build compact urban form in your area to get more density, more transportation. That then with the infrastructure compliance starts to build to that point. What we really need to do if we want to get to that low, very low income, even moderate, we're going to have to look at public funding. There's just no other way to do it. We wanted to create, I think we're 3,000, 2,000 units of affordable. We have to create in an inclusionary, which we disagreed on a bit. It would take 12,000 units of market rate to create that affordable level. And at some point, we really just have to look towards a housing bond or some kind of funding mechanism that would allow us to produce that. So I hope this is that beginning to that conversation, and look forward to all the rest that kind of comes behind this to move it forward down the road. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other speakers?
No, there are not.
Okay, thank you. Well, some vibrant conversation from our public commenters. We can go ahead and any comments you would like to answer, staff, before we move forward with deliberation.
No particular clarifications. I think just the recommendation in your staff packet to consider support and receive and file this work in progress and this housing and infrastructure plan regionally is before you, and we'd be happy to offer any further clarifications if they come up at the end.
Great, thank you so much. All right, we'll start off with Councilmember Pease.
All right. Thanks again for all the great work on this. A lot of creativity. Just delighted to see it all come together. I do support the HIP, and I'm concerned about the prioritization in that benefit cost piece in particular. So I think what we're hearing is that we can do both, be supportive of it, and maybe it's an additional column that we kind of keep that one column there and then have the other column, have another column, an additional piece of information that is more project specific. That cost would unlock this amount of housing, just to have some parity. I really appreciated all of our comments, and to Jim D'Antona's comments in terms of just because the funding might not come to SLO City, for goodness sakes, that's still a win, right? If regionally we're able to improve the jobs housing balance, that's what we're after, right? So that's still a win. Other than that, I think you kind of have the gist of the comments. I think it's a good tool. I think just understanding kind of where there is good resources for accelerating housing going forward is a good thing. So thank you.
Thank you very much. There was actually an interesting piece about the mobile homes in the Tribune for Morro Bay. So Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you so much. This has been one of the most enjoyable discussions I think I've ever heard and hear since being up here. Just really loved all of the public comment. I thought there were great ideas from all of my colleagues up here, and really interesting feedback. I'm also in support of the HIP, and I thought there was just some really interesting points that came up, particularly from my colleagues, mobile homes, Vice Mayor Marks, and of course the balance with infrastructure and that we were talking about earlier. I think that Councilmember Pease had some really good points. I do want to make sure, though, that we're not thinking too narrowly about all of this, and that we heard from Jim D'Antona there at the end about public funds being necessary to really achieve the goals that we have. I want to make sure that we're keeping focus on being realistic about how we're going to get where we need to go. Yeah, I think that's where I'll leave it for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. City of San Luis Obispo has had a long-standing policy that development must pay for itself for decades and decades, and I personally am never going to move away from that. I don't believe in welfare for developers as much as they would love it. And I'm comfortable with supporting this as long as we have some kind of stipulation in the language of what we're approving that we're recommending that the city council, I'm more comfortable with receive and file, but support if everyone agrees that we need to voice that. I'm okay with it as long as we're not endorsing or adopting this as a plan. But I want to make sure that we have some kind of language that shows that what we're doing is consistent with our general plan and our land use element. Just for clarity's sake. And with that, I will, if we can just put a few more words in there, I'll be happy to support it.
Thank you. Very much agree. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yes, thank you. I am supportive. I think this is a really good tool. I hear my colleagues, not concerns, but things that you want to voice that you'd like to sort of emphasize about the plan. I think it was mentioned by somebody before, we've already come a long way. I think just as a region, just in that the cities and the county have gotten to this point where they're willing to even kind of write and put this plan together as a tool that we can all use, that we're not legally bound to follow in any particular way. But I think I can see this as a way for finding, when there is funding out there available, that we can use it to justify. And, you know, so like many of our other plans have helped us obtain funding either individually as cities or as a region. Well, that this is another way that we can sort of mobilize the planning process in order to say, hey, we're ready as a region, or this city is ready for this because it's got these projects, and you know, to help justify that funding as these plans so often help us do. Just a comment on affordable by design. I mean, I think this plan does a really good job of quantifying something that's been really difficult to quantify, and something that we all anecdotally know is not a real thing, especially in the for sale market in our county. It just doesn't work, and this does a really good job of actually putting some numbers and charts to that to show it. I did find it interesting, the little feasibility chart that talked about how it might be possible in the rental market in some ways and in some areas, and so I'd be curious to see how jurisdictions are able to use that information to try out some of these larger, like the 3-story walk-up and the 4-story micro units, to create that affordability in the rental market. So I'll be curious to see how that plays out. And then also just the way of quantifying the interaction between infrastructure and wastewater and water and housing and where it should go. That's just seems like such a nebulous thing. And you all really did a good job of, again, trying to quantify a model, at least. I mean, it might not always work in every situation or really show us exactly which projects should come first, second, and third, but it at least puts a framework around it so that we can all look at these things in some kind of objective way. So I really appreciate that. So I'm supportive, and thank you to all of the partners that have put this together, and for going around to all the different cities and sharing this tonight and throughout the coming weeks.
Thank you so much. Do you have something you need to add to that?
Whatever it's appropriate, Madam Mayor. I think a lot of you have talked about kind of the next steps, right? So I just want to remind the council that you've got a study session scheduled for Q3 of the 24 financial planning period. And so we'll be conducting a study session to look at needs and opportunities of the housing spectrum, looking at transitional and supportive housing types. And so we'll specifically be looking at funding. So I just wanted to earmark that for you, because I think there'll be some pieces where we'll continue to work with our partners at SLOCOG and REACH, but you will have your own study session by yourself to then be able to dig into this of, well, what do we feel is appropriate here in the city of San Luis Obispo?
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. I love how, Councilmember Shorsman, you always just really kind of put things in a perfect bulleted, I can picture like that little table chart right now. So I do appreciate also Vice Mayor Marks, the comment of receive and file versus fully support. I think when we first started this topic today, this agenda item today, City Manager said, we're trying to talk about how we are aligning the environmental, social, and economic factors of really all of the cities in our county as well as the county in general. And I think that has been done beautifully in this plan, and I really appreciate that. And I appreciate, Carolyn, you sharing about our, we all have our own land use policies and purview, but I do think, or I should say, and I do think that Vice Mayor Marks has a really good point around, we'd like to see the general plans and loose actually in the wording. I think that is really important because as we've seen around that mapping tool, while we know what that means and you know what that means, and 5 years from now, does someone else know what that means? I just, a lot of things get lost. Staff changes, life changes, and new rules come down from the state. And so I think one of the things that we have found really important is we take a lot of time and a lot of public engagement, and that is done intentionally. So without that being involved in this plan in the future, that concerns me that that might be forgotten. So not by you per se, but just in general. The other thing that I look at in like the support of, I think I would say I was supporting of this overall concept totally. Do I support this exact plan? Recently, we've seen some other plans that come about that the details didn't necessarily match up real well with our city, and so I just am concerned around that. But I love how, we're really looking at, well, what's the money needed regionally to actually get these infrastructure projects done? That is so vital, because if we could say, and, like the governor would say, yeah, I'll totally write you a check for that and we'll get that whole county taken care of. Now that's not going to happen, but I do love the idea of like, this is what we need. And now each city in this area, this is what we need to go along with that for the actual housing. I also really appreciate the funding available aspect of this regionally as well. I think this is where we've shared many times, yes, grants, please. That is where, we can find this balance sometimes with maybe not a bond per se yet, but the seeing of what other funding that we don't even know is available. I think REACH, in so many ways has shown us how we can look for that together. And I think seeing what the CEDS will say will also be great for us to be able to see that incorporated in this plan. And I kind of want to I want to come back to the moratorium section and the future jobs section. So there are some communities that can't grow due to water needs or whatever it might be. And so how do we continue to reevaluate that, not us per se, but just in this whole regional plan? Is there infrastructure that's needed that could make that possible, that moratorium goes away? I don't know. I just, asking these questions for future. I also have questions around the future jobs. We've often shared how we have a disproportionate amount of jobs that are right around the city, not necessarily all in the city. CMC is not in the city, but Cal Poly is not in the city, but boy, do they affect how our housing and infrastructure and everything goes. So wanting to kind of look at that a little bit more for the future jobs. I mean, I know that, for example, Paso and Spaceport, you are all working with them in some amazing ways with REACH, and I know that there will be some potential housing plans around that. And I agree with one of the public commenters around future homes and future jobs in other areas will kind of relieve some of the pressure in our city for sure. So, I'm definitely supportive of we all share this around. And I think a great example of that was the Cabins for Change first starting off in Grover Beach. We're like, yes, let's do it. Wherever there's space, let's do it. So I definitely hear that. And I always know, Vice Mayor, the mobile homes, and I appreciate that, I really do. But I think one of the other public commenters hit it on the nail of there's two parts of that, the space rent and the rent control and the density. I mean, density is our world right now. That's why we just have the density flexible plan for the city is we need to figure out how do we not sprawl. And I 100% agree with the not sprawling. So how do we not sprawl and have mobile homes? I don't think that works smoothly, unfortunately. But very interesting to see if there's some way that other levers can make that happen. So And yes, I do think, similar to how we want to find a new term for missing middle and workforce housing and whatever that's not officially called, we do need to find a new term for less expensive by design. I do love that. That is true. So I don't know what that looks like for future, but it might be something to include in the HIP for the future. So sorry, it's a lot of input there, but since I get last, that's just kind of how it works sometimes. So I would be totally in support of receive and file. I can be in support of supporting it, not necessarily endorsing the plan. And how do we support it with also including really the words of our land use and land policies authority that we need to have in there, I think. So Councilmember Pease.
So receive and file obviously doesn't need a motion, so this is kind of thinking motion, that we support the regional housing and infrastructure plan as it supports regional collaboration and aligns with city general plan and policies.
Perfect.
Vice Mayor Marks.
Thanks. Or consistent with.
So yeah, instead of
Consistent
aligns.
with.
So as it supports regional collaboration and is consistent with city.
Or city's general plan and land use and circulation element.
I mean, doesn't the general plan include the loose? Isn't that how that works?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, so just general plan. That's probably enough as it is.
Councilmember Shorsman, did you?
I was just going to say, so it sounds like we're moving towards, even though we don't need a motion for receive and file, making a motion just to clarify that we want this to be consistent with the general
Well,
plan.
and that we support it. So
Right.
receive and file is kind of neutral, whereas I think that there's interest in having support.
Right, with support with the caveat that
Right.
we're not giving up any
Yeah.
of our charter city sovereignty.
Right, so, okay, so as it reads, support the regional housing and infrastructure plan as it supports regional collaboration and is consistent with the city's general plan.
I would be
Is that-
supportive of that.
do you want to
City Manager?
chime in on that? Make sure going out on a limb.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Pease, I just want to caution the council, we haven't done a consistency analysis, right? We know this is very conceptual, so I would be advise the council not to make a finding that it's consistent with our
right,
general
right, right.
plan. So, I would say that advances, consistent policies in our land use or in our general plan. So because there clearly are elements of this housing infrastructure plan that advance the policies and tenets of our general plan, but we haven't gone through and done a full consistency analysis, and so would advise the council in that manner.
I feel like there's like an as long as kind of thing that's missing, you know what I mean? Like,
And I almost wonder if our, smart staff we could take our break. Smart staff could craft
including the city
a-
attorney, yes, city manager.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah, city attorney.
I might suggest that you support to the extent consistent with the city's general plan.
There we go.
I
That's the
knew
wording
it.
we
I knew
needed.
it was there. Thank you. All right, so to the extent it's consistent with the general plan, city's general plan.
Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. So we're not doing a motion, but do we need to write a letter, or how do we get this word across?
Oh, we're doing a motion.
This is a
if-
motion of
yeah.
support.
Okay, so we'll do a motion.
So, support the HIP as it supports regional collaboration, just because I feel like that's in place of a whereas. And to the extent it is consistent with the city's general plan.
Okay, I'll second it. Are you making that?
Yes,
motion? Okay,
yes,
I'll
I am.
second it.
Wonderful, thank you. Any other input on that before we move forward? No. Okay, great. City Clerk?
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much for all of your time and work. And we're going to take a 10-minute break at this point. All right. We are returning back to the city council meeting. Thank you for everyone. A little quick break. And we have Chief Scott and Captain Amoroso to discuss the supplemental law enforcement services contract.
Again, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Thank you for allowing the police department to be before you today to talk about a supplemental law enforcement contract. And so just a little bit about what is a supplemental law enforcement services contract. It provides a benefit to the community and to the department. We lay out a lot of resources into the community to make sure that all of our special events are staffed for the safety and security of our community. And in doing that, we also we bear some of the cost and challenges of doing that, especially in the climate of some of the staffing concerns that we've talked about here recently before this council. So a little bit about the overarching benefits of a supplemental contract. And as I mentioned, just a moment ago, one of the things that I think is important to understand as we go into these discussions is that the supplemental contract doesn't affect our baseline services, and that we are still guaranteed to have officers on the street doing the jobs that they're doing right now according to our current staffing model. So this is above and beyond any of our current and existing staffing protocols. The other opportunity that's interesting with this presentation is this contract allows us to recoup some of the costs that the department has to bear when we cover large special events throughout the community. And we like to be present. I mean, that's something that we do. That's part of our, it's part of what the department believes in, is being out there in the community. But sometimes providing that service above and beyond does incur a pretty significant cost. Addition to recouping some of the personnel costs, is this provides additional ability to be seen and to engage with our community at some events that we normally wouldn't be able to participate in because we wouldn't have the staffing to be there. So that's a great advantage for the department, and I think also for the community. And finally, a contract program such as this, increases safety and security. And that's why we're here tonight, is to make sure that our community is always safe. Our community believes in doing lots of events. We have great weather that support a lot of community events. That's one of the great things about our community. But making sure that we're present, making sure that all of our events have the highest level of safety and security that we know our community demands. And that is what supplemental law enforcement services contract will provide for us. So with that, I will go ahead and pass it over to Captain Amoroso to go through the details of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Scott. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. As you can see here, our recommendation is to authorize the city to enter an agreement with private entities, nonprofit organizations, and schools to provide these supplemental services by way of a draft resolution. Looking a little bit into the background of services that law enforcement agencies provide, this is not just really unique to our agency, but really all agencies perform a lot of these services throughout their community, and that's part of being a police officer and being involved in the community. But you can see there's various organizations and events depicted in these bubbles here, where we might have officers at those events. Now, in no way are we suggesting that every one of these events, for example, would start necessarily getting charged if a police officer showed up, but these are just some of the things we do throughout our community. Certainly, Cal Poly with the university, very large-scale events, very well pre-planned, football games, a year or two in advance, concerts, graduation, open house, things like that. Farmers market downtown, ongoing every week. We know what's happening, what the need is. Permitted and non-permitted events, those are more, sometimes they're annual, sometimes they're one-off events, depends on the organization, the purpose. Other school events, those might be high school football games, graduation events, homecomings, things like that. And AOAs, which is really for mostly for other law enforcement agencies, but for instance, Pismo Beach Car Show, Paso Robles Mid-State Fair, things of that nature. So some of these could be eligible for reimbursement by way of contract services in the future. Others of these we would just continue to provide as we do now on a sort of case-by-case basis. Oh, I'm sorry, assist other agency. I didn't even see that and recognize that we're using lingo there. Yes. So looking at the government statute, which really kind of guides us in this. You can see the government code section here. Basically, the legislative body can act on behalf of the chief of police to provide, to provide supplemental law enforcement services. And there's a myriad of available options, private individuals or entities to preserve the peace at special events that happen occasionally, as well as schools, colleges, universities on occasional or ongoing basis. And then there's also some others that could be for power plants and other things if it was ongoing or necessary. Contracts that are entered into shall provide, per this section, for the full reimbursement of our costs of providing the services as determined really by finance for the city. So when we look at deliverables, these are kind of outlined in the contract that we've created. And so it's kind of important to delineate which deliverables or which responsibilities would the officers be undertaking and which are also for the organization that's holding the event. So officers preserving the peace, enforcing laws and applicable city ordinances and code provisions, performing law enforcement functions only under the direction of supervision of SLO PD, and assigned officers shall not use their police authority to enforce any organization's rules or disciplinary procedures. We are there to enforce the law, just like when we're working our normal shift, no different. And finally, and probably most importantly, it provides a great avenue for continued community engagement. The organizational deliverables for those that are seeking to enter into one of these contracts, they would request the contract through SLO PD. It is their job to manage their crowd attendance, which may include excluding individuals from the event. Frequently, you'll see they'll have private security at the event. If you go to the Mid-State Fair, you'll notice a robust security force up there that are not deputies and police officers. They are the first line of defense of enforcing fair rules, and the deputies and police officers are there to enforce the law if they're broken inside the fair. So kind of a good example. Their own security enforces their own rules or disciplinary procedures. They acknowledge that police enforcement action must be supported by probable cause, and officers have to follow all applicable legal standards. And they will provide reimbursement based on the contract rates agreed upon. So I'm going to end this very short presentation back to the recommendation to move forward and these agreements and approve the draft resolution. And finally, we'll end with questions.
Can you go back to AOA for a minute? So what's the difference between assisting other agencies and mutual aid?
I'm sorry, what was the last part you said?
Mutual aid.
Oh, got it. So assisting other agencies is something that's generally pre-planned, so Pismo Car Show. Mutual aid is a large incident occurred and we need more officers unexpectedly now. And so one example of mutual aid might be some of the fires, floods, things like that. All of mutual aid is generally coordinated through the county if it comes statewide, but there could be individual mutual aid for a particular city if, let's say, even the Pismo Beach Car Show that was pre-planned with officers, if something horribly wrong occurred, it could be that they don't have enough officers and they put out a call for mutual aid, and that is send anyone you have now. So one is kind of immediate and one is planned, and mutual aid is something that we just do as a courtesy because we get that back and we have used it in the past as well.
Great, thank you so much. Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. It's my understanding that right now we're somewhat understaffed in our police department. And so I'm just curious, if you went ahead and did this law enforcement services contract, would police officers be paid overtime? Or how are you going to handle it given the fact that you're actively recruiting more police officers?
Sorry, I'm done with the spider.
There we go. Well, we think most of the time it will be filled by planning ahead. We know when these events are going to occur, so we can have staff up for those events and then offer the reimbursement as they come in. We know there'll be situations that we will be understaffed. We're already understaffed, as you mentioned. We're trying desperately to fill those positions, but that is a reality not only here in our city, but in our profession. So that does occur, and we are prepared for that. We do have contingencies in place. As I mentioned, our number one priority is making sure our streets are covered. And so if for some reason we were to engage in a contract to fill one of these positions and we were short-staffed and couldn't do it, we could always pull back and make sure that our streets are covered. Hopefully that answered.
Well, let's just say the officers that you, that were participating in events along with this contract had already worked a number of hours, then they would have to go into overtime. And so the question is, would these various nonprofits be charged the rate that the overtime rate that the police officer is being paid? Is it like an exact reimbursement, or how exactly would that work?
There we go. The rate that we've calculated is the straight rate. It is not the overtime rate. The problem is it's not always going to be overtime, and we don't necessarily know whether it is or not, because it depends on staffing that day, the event, how many people they need, et cetera. So the provision of the law says for actual costs, and so we have the rate covering the what's called the fully loaded officer cost in order to recover that. The second part of your question is, you had mentioned if they had already worked and then going into overtime. I just want to note that we do have rules in our memorandum of understanding with the police officers. There are limits to the amount of hours they can work. Nobody's going to work a 12-hour shift and then have a 12-hour overtime shift on a contract. There's ways to prevent that, obviously, for exhaustion and safety and things like that.
Thank you. That was my question in agenda review yesterday. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, and just to kind of follow up on Vice Mayor Marks's question, will there sometimes then be events that we can't staff because we don't have sufficient staffing in order to cover it? And in those cases, will we just reject the contract?
That's correct, and we do anticipate, that is what happens now. I mean, we get requests to be lots of different places, and sometimes we just can't be there. We'll work with the vendor, obviously, to provide another solution, or to help them in any way that we can. If anything, have an officer drive by if possible. We do a lot of that. But again, just to be very, very clear, our priority is to make sure that our shifts are fully staffed, and we'll never sacrifice our own staffing to staff up for another event.
And then kind of to follow up on that, I'm glad this slide is up because it brought up a question for me. You were talking about, we've historically staffed some events and not been reimbursed for it. So going forward, how are we going to determine which events and which organizations will charge and which events and organizations we won't charge? Just thinking about, who is going to apply that and how we'll apply that.
Yeah, and I'll let Captain Emerson talk about some of the specifics on it, but in general, we will run through a list of criteria. Obviously, the risk that the event may cause to the community, or the risk, the people going. We have some high value, high risk targets, I guess, for lack of better words, of large events, large groups of people. There could be traffic control involved. So obviously, those are the events we're going to pay very close attention to in need of coverage. Basically, we would like to continue the same level of coverage that we do now. But as we mentioned in the presentation, not everyone is going to be charged, only when it's above and beyond what we think we can do with just either stopping by, or if we have to have a dedicated presence, then maybe we need to evaluate if we need to recoup the cost.
Thank you.
And just a few items to add on to that. So in the past, there has been a mechanism for very large events through the permitting process in order to see how many officers we need, but it was kind of on a one-by-one basis and a little bit cumbersome. And so this is kind of streamlining and applying it fairly to all. But to Chief's point, this is really for kind of the large pre-planned known events. When we have smaller events, we're going to go by. We also, part of the things we're going to gauge is this, there's an event coming up in Mission Plaza where they asked us to be there, but it's also a fantastic opportunity to have a booth and use as a recruiting event. Great, that's a win-win. Like, there's not going to be a contract for that. We're happy to engage with our community and some of the groups that are having these smaller events. We're really talking about larger events or things more ongoing. There's a game every Friday and we want 2 officers there. Well, that's something that's hard to absorb, initially. And so this contract provides a way that we can, fly those shifts and try to get those filled. So there's definitely a difference between that and a small organization having an event on a Saturday in the plaza and they'd like an officer to drive by. That's not going to trigger a contract. Like, there's a big difference there.
Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, I think you referenced a permitting process. So some of these events that are larger, they require certain things and are required to pay for certain things. Are some of these contracts for events where they're required to have an officer as part of their permit, or are these always where an officer is just requested because that's the level of safety and security that they want to have?
They're required, when it's required by permit, really the ones that come to mind is when they're shutting down the road. The marathons, the Women's March, when it was 10,000 people and it took over a portion of the city. Whenever the road is shut down, it's required to have a certain amount of officers, motor officers, and there's a very large cost to that. So those were kind of what I was referring to. So some of these other ones, permitted events, if it's not shutting down a road, they may or may not require law enforcement there, depending on how much private security they're already bringing, what is the event. We look at all those as along with our partners at Parks and Rec when they're looking at these permits and what are we going to allow and really what are we going to require. There's a group of people of which our traffic sergeant is on the board. I've never been on the board, so I don't quite know how many people are on it, but there's a handful from the city and they look at these permitted events and make a determination as a group, what do we need to do here as a collective thought?
Have we had a situation where one of these large events where we were requiring a police presence that we haven't been able to staff it for them? And what happens? Does it shut down the event or?
We have not, because again, in these situations, these were large events and officers come in on overtime, whether we have to force them in or not. If the marathon is happening, we can't cancel the marathon because we were 4 officers short. We're going to get them. We're going to use, I'll use my lingo, AOA. We're going to hit up other agencies, ask them if they can assist as well. If needed, if we weren't able to cover it. And for some of the large scale events, for instance, Morro Bay just had a triathlon and we had officers go to Morro Bay to assist in the triathlon because of the sheer number of people. Obviously, Morro Bay is a smaller agency than we are, and we are not even large enough to have handled that security requirement for that triathlon. So lean on our partners nearby and help each other out.
Awesome. That I could see some huge ramifications for having to shut down an event at the last, relatively last minute, if you couldn't staff it, and what that would mean for both the event and the costs. Just wanted to make sure that I understood that. And then back to the mayor's question about mutual aid. Those mutual aid situations where we're called in to an event in or outside, well, probably outside the area by another jurisdiction, those are reimbursed on a separate, through a separate methodology, not through a contract like one of these, right? And through a different pay rate and all of that.
We are typically not reimbursed for mutual aid for the most part. We do have some contracts with Cal Poly when we do assist them on, that's essentially an AOA, but on a mutual aid, because it works both ways. If we had a major event where we have a lot of people coming to assist our department, it could be very cost prohibitive to try and reimburse all the agencies. So it's an agreement, agency to agency, that we don't charge for those services for mutual aid. But again, these are emergency situations. Kind of much like fire. If it's a disaster declaration, then yes, there could be reimbursement coming back to the region.
Okay, that's what I was thinking of. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Just for disasters, there's reimbursement, yeah.
Vice Mayor Marks?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just curious, in terms of the funding that you would receive, would that go back into the police department budget, or does it go to the general fund, or how exactly would that work?
Well, this should go back to the general fund unless it's been determined otherwise, but that would be our recommendation, is it go back into the general fund and not funnel straight back to the police department.
Okay. All right. Yeah,
Derek is.
The city manager is nodding
yes.
his head. Okay, I just,
Yes.
I think that's good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, looks like all the questions of my colleagues are done. Do we have any public comment?
No, we do not.
Okay, that was a relatively easy one. Any deliberation conversation? To me, it seems pretty straightforward. I feel pretty comfortable with it. Councilmember Shoresman?
Exactly. I think what you were starting to say, this is pretty straightforward. I've been at many events where we have supported the individual organizations, and obviously we all have a little bit of history now after the storms with emergency situations which is what prompted the other questions about mutual aid, I think, at least for me. So if whenever the time is right, I'm happy to make a motion to support.
Thank you, Councilmember Pease.
I think that was a motion, and I will second it. Thank you.
That sounds good to me. City Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Shoresman?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marks? Okay, Mayor Stewart?
Yes.
Yes, the motion passes
yes,
5-0.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Appreciate this.
This mic works fine. Then we want to sit over here. How do you keep it on tape?
The favorite topic of parking. So many aspects of parking. That's the best part. In the last year especially. All right, so next we have a study session before us to consider deferring formation of new preferential parking permits. Public Works Director Matt Horn and Parking Program Manager Gavin Hussey will be presenting the report.
Madam Mayor, members of council, Jennifer. Thank you for allowing us time. Good catch, Jennifer, on the consideration of formations of preferential parking districts. I wanted to kick off the item just to kind of give some background on why we're here today. And if you,
I'm going to rudely interrupt you. Can you just first start with the pause/deferral versus we're stopping all parking permits? Because that's been like the top conversation.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Sure. So, absolutely. So this item here before you today is the consideration of pausing preferred parking districts in the city. So new. So what that means is our existing preferential parking districts will remain in place as they are, as they function right now. What we're considering is, are we going to spend more time, more effort on creating new preferential parking districts in the city in different areas during this time where we're not quite sure how we want our new preferential parking districts to operate and function? So that is what the item is before you today. But if we jump back and think about why we're here today, that was directly related to the access and parking management plan that we reviewed and evaluated several months ago, 6 months ago. During that conversation, we were talking about preferential parking districts, and there was some question about how these preferential parking districts should operate during perhaps non-peak times. So you have an area that in the public right-of-way that is specifically cordoned off for the use and function of the residents in that area. but during the daytime perhaps are underused. So there was questions, considerations of how we should operate them in the future. So that's on our list of things to do in the near future, is bring back some guidance, some ideas on how we want to operate these items in the future. So do we still want to create these new areas in the city before we finally know what those rules are? That's what we're here to talk about tonight. So I think with that, I will hand it off to Gavin Hussey to give the presentation, and thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for having us tonight. As Director Horn indicated, we are here tonight to talk about the possibility of temporary deferring new preferential parking districts. I would like to notate that this will not affect any of the existing parking districts or the enforcement of those districts. Right now, what we're asking is for you to receive the presentation, receive the presentation that we're going to give tonight, defer the establishment of new parking districts until council provides direction when we return with updates to the plan, or direct staff to conduct outreach and return with recommendations after outreach and next steps, or provide direction for staff to continue the preferential parking permit districts as they currently stand. One thing I'd like to note about this is we are planning to come back to council next spring with revisions to the preferential parking district program, at which time the deferral would be lifted. So that would be the terminus of this deferral. Policy context for this is California Vehicle Code 22507 provides local authorities to establish parking districts, and then SLO Municipal Code 10.36.170 allows the establishment of preferential parking permit districts by resolution. So I want to talk about the history of the preferential parking districts program. They are about 44 years old right now. They were established in Alta Vista back in 1979. The purpose was to limit impacts caused to the neighborhoods and provide quality of life for the residents in those neighborhoods. The program operates by offering 2 permits per residence to properties that qualify with 4 or fewer units. And in 2021, council did make a exception by including Dana Street, which has 5 to 8 units allowed to participate in the program. In 2022, council decided to allow commercial properties the ability to form parking districts. And then in 2022, council also provided direction for staff to create limited permit use to accept the areas where we have hybrid use between commercial and residential. And that's over on Dana Street where we implemented that program. Elements of the access and parking management plan did call for mixed use area to be more widely used to our programs to make better use of underutilized public right-of-ways in our preferential parking districts. The process for establishing a district has remained relatively the same since the program was originally established. We require 3 or 4 district champions, as we call them, from different addresses. So it can't be 2 people residing at the same unit that want to have a district get formed because they're unhappy with the parking situation. We'll normally go out and have them meet with us to identify the issues and boundaries that we're looking at. We'll gauge the interest from other neighbors of the area, and then we'll help conduct an informal survey if they want to move through that process. The informal survey, we help verify the results for that, but that is conducted by the champion for each district. And then if they receive a 60% majority, we do then move to a community meeting where we invite all the addresses within the proposed boundary to meet with us and provide information on what that district would look like and the impacts to them. From that point, we move to a formal survey if that's still wished. And if we receive a 60% majority there, we bring it to you for review. Staff normally spend between 12 and 24 hours in initial meetings and correspondence with each district. And if the district receives initial residential approval, which is the informal survey, we'll spend another 1.5 to 2 weeks of time holding the community meetings and conducting formal surveys and preparing to come to council. This is a list of the current districts. So currently we have 13 parking districts. Alta Vista 1 and 2 being our older parking districts, the Anhome District, College Highlands, Dana Street, Farini, Mission Orchard, Monterey Heights, Murray, Pollamar, Parkview, and then Tassajara and Tassajara South. And on this slide, on this side here, we wanted to highlight that we have a variance of times, enforceable times across all of our parking districts. You have a number of parking districts like Tassajara 1 and 2, Pollamar, Anhome that are all in relatively close proximity, all have different times of enforcement. This does create conflict and confusion for our guests and visitors and those new to our community. This is some of the data points that we pulled from last year's Access and Parking Management Survey. We had the consultant come out and do field studies for us, both in the summertime and in the fall. This specific graph is from the fall. So on September 22nd, these were the data points that were collected. This is right when both of our higher education universities are back in session. So this is a pretty good capture of what our parking districts look like when they're at their busiest. This is about a week after move-in for Cal Poly, so you still have normally a lot of confusion around parking rules at this time. I'd like to notate that, as it says there, we had an 81% compliance rate, which I think is actually pretty good for that period of time. So the majority of people had permits. I'm sure there were some contractors in there too that make up some of that 19%, and then some people that probably just didn't know, or parents that were assisting with drop-offs. Overall, at this point in time, when Cal Poly was back, we had a 53% utilization. I do want to point out that areas like Alta Vista 1 and 2 and College Highlands were heavily impacted. So the areas where we have initially started some of these programs definitely need the support of preferential parking districts in some fashion. They're probably overprescribed as it is, but we'll have to revisit that. The other note to take is we did a data point from July. Parking districts in July were at 25% occupancy. So we're definitely underutilizing them in the summer when we can make some concessions to how we allow people to utilize the parking districts. This is what we're dealing with right now. So we have 7 district requests as it actually stands. I'll go down through the list just so you can understand where we're currently at with each of these districts. Several of them have come to us before, and several of them are new and being driven by impacts due to construction projects and so forth. The Mission, Lincoln, and North Broad Anhome area, which is in that top purple box on the left there, we have spoken to district champions. They have sufficient information and proof of resident support to move to an in-person meeting. We do think that, however, their closeness to the proximity of the North Shore Neighborhood Greenway, currently under construction, would better benefit us by deferring this for a period of time until the Greenway is completed and we can see the full impacts of the parking once the Greenway is in place. We do believe that there will be more areas outside these two that would be looking to participate in preferential parking districts at that time. So we would be putting a huge forth of staff effort at this time to create 2 districts when most likely there'll be several other right behind that want to form a much larger district.
Can you remind us when that completion is going to be done?
So right in line with when we're going to return to council. Sorry, spring 2024. So a couple of the other areas we have are the Phillips Broad and Hillcrest. Those areas have also had district champions provide sufficient information, and we'll be moving to in-person meeting. If council directs staff to defer the program, no further action will be taken at this time. The Meadow Park area, we had a request and sufficient support from the residents there to move forward with the district process, but upon meeting with them, we figured out an alternate solution by putting in timed parking that would hopefully help resolve their issue. We're actually going to be installing the signage for that this month, so we'll monitor it over the summer to determine what the actual impact is to Meadow Park. The Duval Ranch area, which is on the bottom right there in blue, we received a request last fall We went through the process of meeting with district champions, and then we went to the informal survey. Some of you may have gotten responses from the community at that time about it. The informal survey, we don't normally do more outreach other than sending them the notice and letting them contact us to try to work through the issues that some of the residents might have. Through that process, there was not sufficient support. I think we were about 43% for community engagement that were in favor of moving forward with the parking district. At that point, we terminated, bless you, at that point, we terminated moving forward with the district, and it normally takes about a year for them to come back if they want to petition us again. I will say that we had another person petition us this spring about forming the district. We let them know about the process last fall and that it was unsuccessful, and we have not heard back from them yet. And then the last one that I forgot to include in the staff report, and my apologies for this, was Beach Street. It's a more recent request. We'll be meeting with the community partner and seeing what the actual interest is in moving forward with a preferential parking district on Beach. I would say that based on their location, we would normally not encourage a parking district of this size. It's a one single block that they're looking for. It's right next to a park. That's normally not ideal for us to create a short parking district in an area that is not around other parking districts or other parking restrictions and near a park area. I would also say that the other times when we normally would consider something like this is when it's a dead-end street. So like Dana Street and the Howard Phillips area, those are ones that we would consider just because it's not going to impact people outside of that single road. I want to cover a little bit of some of the resources that go into managing enforcement. So roughly right now, over the last couple of years, we've expanded the number of enforcement officers that assist. We now have one officer in preferential parking districts for 6 hours per day, 7 days a week. There are some districts that are much more heavily frequented, and that's due to the volume of violations in those areas. Other areas are on request only, bless you. On request only because they don't have a lot of violations in them. As you saw in the graph earlier, there are just some that are really underutilized, not even seeing 25% occupancy. So assigning an officer out to go monitor those is a waste of resources, fuel, staff time to police those. So we normally would do those on request only. And I think there might have been some correspondence about that, of why we don't go to some areas, and that would be the reason. So overall, it is a pretty expensive program to operate. It's about $130,000 annually. The cost to implement a new parking district or expand a parking district varies depending on the size and extent of the approved district boundaries. Recently established districts, including the Dana Street Parking District, the Ann Home Parking District, and the expansion of the Monterey Heights District, have ranged in costs from $5,400 to about $10,600, depending on the number of signs and posts that need to be installed for that. Ongoing cost on an annual basis for hang tag permits runs about $2.50 per permit when we bulk order them, and that's for all the districts. I would say this year was more expensive because we had to come back a couple of times with the expansion of ADUs in some of the areas and buy more permits, which drove the cost up for that. The cost of permits and administrative staff, largely costs about, is offset by the cost of the permits, which is about $20 per permit, which generates between $33,000 and $36,000, depending on the number of people that participate in the program. We do believe that us pursuing digital permits should help reduce some of the staff overhead and cost for those areas. And over the next couple of years, we'll be phasing in and soft testing digital permits out in those areas, along with still physical hang tag permits. And then one more thing I wanted to note. So there was a question about how we'll come back to council in the spring. I would like to say that when we return, with recommendations, there'll be an opportunity for council to decide how we approach existing districts versus how we approach new districts. There is a legacy clause that we normally will look at and continue to operate existing districts in a similar fashion if that's the direction that council wants to do at the time. But we will be making recommendations to change various elements of the program. And then I definitely know that there's some overprescribed areas, like I notated with Alta Vista 1 and 2, that just can't accommodate any more vehicles. It's overprescribed as it is. So at that, I'll leave you with the recommendations, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you for answering some of the questions that were in a lot of the emails so that we don't have to ask all those questions. So thank you very much. Let's see, Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, when will the parking, the street parking actually be removed due to the North Truro Greenway construction? Like, when will the neighborhood actually lose all of that parking that is going to be taken away? Has a mic. Ah, there it is. Thank you. Okay. So my question is, when will the parking spaces that presently exist on the street that are scheduled to be removed due to the construction of the North Truro Greenway, when will those parking spots no longer be available to the neighborhood?
To provide that level of detail or information to the council right now would just be, very much a guess. We have a construction schedule. It will impact the roads at different times and ultimately will be complete with construction in spring 2024. I would imagine that from now, kind of linearly through the spring of 2024, we'll see decreases in parking available permanently and temporarily due to construction impacts. So I can't provide a great level of detail for you on the construction timing and those direct impacts to parking.
Okay, so you would imagine that before the spring, we would know if this item is coming back to us in the spring, we would then be able to say, yes, 70 or 54, however many parking spots were removed from the street. You'd be able to tell us that. I mean, is it only when the new greenway is completed that you would actually know how much parking is going to be taken away from the neighborhood?
Okay, so maybe I answered the question. I was working on the impression that we were trying to give you the defined timeline on when the parking would be removed. So if the question is the number of spaces that are being removed due to the greenway, I can probably rely on Jennifer Rice to give us a good ballpark answer for that.
Okay, so it was kind of a two-part question.
Oh, okay, I
One
understand.
is how many and when is the other one.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to do is figure out the need that that particular neighborhood might have for a parking district, a preferential parking district.
Okay.
And to me, that is tied into the question of when the existing street parking is going to be removed. So that's where I'm coming from with the question. Okay. Jennifer,
if you want to add any
do you
detail.
have the
I can provide some. So I don't know the number off the top of my head, but we do already have it because it's part of the Greenway planning document that we prepared. We did do parking studies at the time of that plan preparation. And then we've done them again since the pandemic happened, since that plan's adoption. And so we did them this last spring. And then, so we do have those numbers, so I can look those up, and if I have time, I'll do it right now, and then we can report back. As far as how many overall spaces are being removed, but the studies that we did are the occupancy studies that show where certain areas are more concentrated in parking. The Anholm plan or the Greenway plan does also include post monitoring that we'll be doing too. And so we have committed to doing parking occupancy counts at 2 separate times after the completion of the project too. So I think it's 6 months after and then another 6 months, so a year after. So we'll be monitoring those, and it doesn't have to impact if residents do want to apply for a parking district, then, they still could. We'll still do the monitoring on that project or on the parking occupancy. Does that answer the question a little bit?
well, what we're being asked is whether we should put a pause on proposed new residential parking zones. That's the issue before us tonight. My question is, in terms of the impact, which is a very unusual impact, none of the other parking districts ever have had street parking taken away like this one. And so I'm trying to understand what the impact would be on that neighborhood. And that would then help council understand the possible need for proceeding with the proposed residential parking district in that area versus what would be the impact of deferring it for another year or two or something
Yes,
like that.
I think in specific relation to the Greenway project that's under construction, because like what Matt was saying, since the project won't be complete until the spring, I don't know that council deciding to defer it until the spring will actually have any impacts on that, because we probably wouldn't want to encourage the parking district prior to the construction being complete, just so that we could actually realize what those impacts look like. That said, when the deferral, if we come back in the spring for this program, to talk about a new parking district permit program, then maybe that's an opportunity to, if the construction on the Anholm or on the neighborhood Greenway has wrapped up at that time, then we could talk about, is that something that we want to move forward, maybe outside of the typical schedule we have here. We did talk about that in the Greenway plan. We did kind of offer that to the neighborhood, as that would be a tool that we could use if we did see impacts to the neighborhoods and to the parking at that time. So I think that it's reasonable that we would still accommodate them to have that request. But that could be something, yeah, I think as far as what we're considering tonight, I think the timelines, it would be super unlikely that the construction project would be complete and totally ready to implement a program for the deferral time we're talking about now anyway. And so then when we came back to the council, that would be an appropriate time to discuss the Greenway impact specifically.
And then also later we would have a better sense of the possible impact on other streets adjacent to.
Right, exactly. Because right now the streets that have shown interest in having a permit district that may expand, there may be others that realize that they also would like to participate. So I think that's what Gavin was saying, in order to not duplicate our efforts and go through one process with them now, only to go through it again at the end of construction, that we would just do it all at that same time.
Okay, thank you for the explanation.
Thank you. Did you want to add to that, Mr. Horn?
Oh, actually, I was going to ask Gavin to add a little bit on the parking access management plan.
Yeah, so one of the items called out in the access and parking management plan was for parking to have a little bit more of a role when forming a district. Right now, we're relying on the residents to tell us that there's an issue without actually going out and verifying that there's a serious impact to that area and it's over parked. So one of the things we'll be returning to council with in spring is for us to have more of an active role in identifying occupancy levels out in the parking district before it goes through the formation process. This is one of those examples where we don't know what the impact is on the adjacent areas to where the Greenway is, and it would be ideal if we could have an assessment done prior to us forming a district, because residents feel that they're going to be impacted in the future.
Thank you. Councilmember Shoresman.
So let me make sure I understand all of that. So the reason essentially that you would not want to move forward with the parking district in the Choro area is because the construction that's in question is not complete yet, so you don't really have a way of gathering data as to the actual need yet. Am I understanding that correctly?
Relatively, yes. We don't know what other areas directly around that are going to be impacted. That area is outlined by several other parking districts on the north side of that where the construction is going on. So we do expect to see some impacts into those neighborhoods that haven't formed a district yet. What that actually looks like in the footprint is probably well beyond what the 2 petitions we've received in that area. We'd like to reduce staff time and duplicating effort over and over again for multiple areas that would come online and try to form a larger district there, which would be a better use of resources.
Okay, thank you. My questions were actually sort of related to that, but a little bit bigger. Mostly, so I appreciate, thank you for going over the 6 or 7 processes that are kind of in process right now. And we've talked a bunch about the Choro one in particular. There were 2 others you mentioned that have kind of temporarily at least been tabled for lack of need, basically, or you're trying other solutions in one of the areas, and then the other one has kind of been deferred. The 4 or 5, I guess it's 4 that are remaining, would you be proposing that we defer those tonight along with the rest of the program, or would you be proposing to continue with those processes to determine whether or not they should have their district and only defer new applications from happening?
So we'd be asking to defer those ones in addition to any new requests that come through. On average, we do at the high end 6 requests a year is normally what we see. We've already seen the 6 this year. We've met with several of them already, and it does become, an extra burden on parking that we have not planned for to try to tackle that. A couple of parking changes we're going to wind up making with the parking restrictions over by Meadow Park, and then new parking restrictions we're putting in place over on Bridge and Beebe Street could possibly cause greater impact in some of the areas and drive the number up, which is not ideal. But we'll try to address those with the residents as it comes up, similar as we've done with Meadow Park.
Thank you, and I really appreciate you answering all of the other questions and looking at this from a perspective of, the additional impacts outside the particular areas that have requested this. So thank you for that.
Madam Mayor, can I just offer
Yes.
a thought for you? It seems like when we talk about parking districts or parking programs or parking changes, there causes a lot of confusion and change. And there's talks amongst folks that perhaps that changes the reality of what we're trying to do. I think what we're talking specifically about on the North Churro is going in once, measuring exactly what we're seeing there and doing it, uniformly and correctly the first time, so there's not a lot of confusion. I think that's kind of the overall approach with the preferential parking areas. And so I think we can anticipate the impacts, but we would like to measure them and actually see them before we do an implementation. So that's all I wanted to offer.
Thank you. And there will be the temporary construction changes in between now and spring 24 anyway. Yes.
Since I said I'd follow up, I just looked it up and it's approximately 65 on-street spaces are being removed as part of that project.
Out of how many? Sorry, it's kind of just random on its own. I apologize.
I think I still have it up.
You can come back to that, but I just wanted to.
Now, our table is we separated out, so I'm just having to do math really fast in my head. So
You can totally come back to it. We'll have Councilmember Francis ask her questions, and then we'll come back to you.
190.
Okay, thank you.
Approximately, because that was fast.
So half, basically. Okay, or a little more than half.
Yeah.
Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Horn. You had a reference to uniformity, and we had talked at the beginning of the presentation about how there's so much variability between the different existing districts. And there was also a reference to being able to grandfather in all of the existing districts with their existing regulations intact as we revise future districts. But I'm curious if there's going to be any opportunity for existing districts to potentially revise, come in line, get some uniformity between the various rules, which you had said was a little bit confusing for some people and for enforcement and for visitors.
So I'll take that, Councilmember Francis. The goal when we come back in the spring is to provide a holistic look at the program, make recommendations to you. It would be your decision whether certain districts like Alta Vista 1 and 2 that are heavily impacted don't see revisions, or other districts that are underprescribed do see revisions. That would be recommendations that staff would put forward to council for consideration, or whether you wanted to continue with legacy for existing parking districts and continue as they were. Staff would most likely be advocating for changes to some of the preferential parking districts as they stand, just due to utilization and being under occupied as it is.
So it could be a yes and, where some districts retain the particular regulations that they have, while others could potentially then revise their rules to become more consistent with other neighboring districts.
Correct. There'll be a lot of community outreach on this just because it's a touchy subject. Additionally, we'll be doing data surveys to figure out which districts are properly parked. There's portions of the Highlands that are under prescribed, and we can definitely probably look at adding more parking in those areas versus some of the areas that are way under prescribed or way over prescribed, and we can't make changes to those.
Well, I was glad to hear you talk about community outreach there. One of the comments that came up a lot in the agenda correspondence was folks kind of being concerned that they hadn't gotten a chance to give feedback yet. And I understand why, because tonight we're talking about now it is the opportunity. We're going to start the process for folks then to be able to give their feedback and do the community outreach. So it's my assumption, because on here we have A as defer the establishment, and then or to do outreach in return. But A also includes outreach in it, right? Community outreach.
Correct. So when we come back to council in the spring, we'll be doing community outreach in advance of that meeting to talk about the changes we're going to be proposing to different districts. We'll be meeting with Residents for Quality Neighborhood in advance of that, and then probably doing flyers or mailers to each of the addresses to try to get their opinion. We'll probably wind up having a couple open forums for people to come and meet with us and talk to us about the changes that we're prescribing for their neighborhoods.
So will we reach out directly? Will we reach out directly to all of the folks who are in existing permit districts, as well as those who've expressed interest, this list that we just looked at? So they'll all get direct correspondence to be involved in the process.
Correct. So we'll be doing mailings to every single one of the addresses that's currently registered to participate in the program. The individuals that are that have come forward and advocated for forming districts, our district champions, they would be the first on the list to start forming new parking districts. So they don't get bumped to the back, they get kept in their spot.
With the understanding, I'm so sorry, did you want to?
City manager wanted to pop in for a response.
I just want to hop in. For one piece, I just want to back up a little bit. We talk a lot about tactics, right? About how these tactics, just backing up, A, we just launched Gateless. 2, we're about to build the 4th parking structure. We'll have some very big decisions in July and August around the parking structure. And then from there, we hope to launch our next 2 facilities with Gateless. And then in the winter, spring of 2023 into 24, we're going to be having a discussion about tiered and demand-based parking. That's a lot. So I just want to caution, and I appreciate Gavin's enthusiasm and Matt's enthusiasm, but you all probably want to talk about other things besides parking, and this could consume your agenda for the next 9 months. And maybe it is the most important thing for the next 9 months, but I just want us to be thinking through the pacing. And so I appreciate the questions and the driving at the tactics and details and the sequencing. I just want to make sure my staff is not promising something within a time frame that gets us in the middle of many other things that are happening concurrently. So appreciate me hopefully just providing that context, because I know there's a lot of fatigue in terms of change fatigue, and I just want to be mindful of that.
Understood. I was not meaning to imply I wanted you to change anything you were already doing, just trying to get an understanding of the process as it is planned. And I don't remember my last question, so thank you.
All right, Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And thank you, City Manager Johnson, for sort of backing up on that. And at the same time, I do recognize that this is a really popular program. So one of the questions that I asked in advance is, can we put, I understand I don't want to put any more on staff than we already have. As you mentioned, there's a very busy agenda ahead of us and a lot of projects. At the same time, I think it's helpful for the community to have some idea of the time frame of, when they can expect to hear different steps in this process happening, because not everybody is tuned in, crazy as it may sound, to these meetings every 2 weeks. And so I know that there are certain members, especially of our community, especially those that are in these areas that are wanting to take advantage of this program, that they'll want to know when they can come back and start looking for more information about what's going to be changing. And so just to follow up on, to turn this into a question, one of the other pieces of information that we got from people that I hope seems like will be, but just want to say it out loud since it was in some of our correspondence, that some simplification of the process seems to be desired by the community, and it is really complicated. We've tweaked this ordinance twice already since I've been on council. So whatever we can do in that process when it comes back to us to make this a little clearer and simpler, I'm sure would be appreciated.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks.
Yeah, I wanted to just ask if Parking Services is in communication with community development when it comes to SB 9 and ADU and granny units, applications and permitting that aren't built yet, perhaps. I don't know if that, but when you talk about impacted neighborhoods or being oversubscribed, you may have a street, like you go out and you look at it right now and you study the usage, the cars and all that stuff. But guess what? There are 10 more ADUs that have already been permitted on that street, but you don't know about them. And each one of those is going to get 2 parking, permits. So that you would, I'm just hoping that in some way you can loop into the planning process, the permitting process, so that you know not just the present parking, but as the neighborhoods densify, which is what's happening, and this is why Albert Drive and Alta Vista and all that are oversubscribed. It's because of all these ADUs that now are popping up. And then 2 parking permits per, right? So you've actually got more cars concentrated in these parking districts. So are you guys thinking about that? Is that part of the process?
So I'll answer that. Thank you for the question. It's definitely something we have started discussions on due to the impacts that we see residents going through in some of these overprescribed neighborhoods. It has not been part of the process in the past. We would look to include that in part of our permitting process, our districting process, that we would assist with review at some place or give recommendations on an annual basis for different neighborhoods. But I don't think that that's something that we have direct control over.
Right. No, and it's more or less information flow so that you're not, so that you're aware of what the future impact might be.
Sure, yeah, and also I'll offer up too is, some of these construction processes are ministerial, they just happen. There's not input or control or a modification that we can make. And that's fine. What we were thinking too with these preferential parking areas is having more control of the curb line and how much capacity we could offer the community. And so that will be coming back with, in the preferential parking district, how we want to manage that. Who has control of that? Does an address give you 2 permits? Does an address give you 4 permits? Does an address give you a portion of that curb line that's available to, a portion of the curb line that's available for, well, I guess, how do I want to say this? Only a certain limited, so say we have a curb line and we have a lot of density in that area. Maybe not everyone can have 2 permits. Maybe someone can have 1 permit only. So we need to be able to size our permit allowance based on available parking, is what I'm trying to convey.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, they do actually sell them. They go at a very high price. Yeah, market rate. Okay, thank you.
All right, a few more questions. Um, So I know what you said, city manager, and I think to a lot of people, parking is a very, very high priority conversation. So I think, this will keep being on our conversation. So as far as the time you were talking about earlier, around the 12 to 24 hours of staff time for initial, interested in having a parking permit or a parking district, then a week to do all the conversations and then bring it to us once it's 60%. Then what's the time for implementation and what's the time for enforcement?
Thank you for the question. So it normally takes about anywhere from 1 to 3 months, depending on contractor availability to do sign install, production, stuff like that, secure resources. Enforcement could start as soon as we have that up, but that window is about up to a 3 month window for us to start.
But within all your staff time, with the 1 to 3 months, do you have a general guesstimate of, while you're waiting for things, that's one thing, you're doing other stuff at that time, but what time, how many hours? Thank you, yeah.
Apologies, I did not calculate that one.
No, I know. I was saying approximately. It's okay if you don't have it. I just was because we're trying to understand, how much staff time each of these districts take to kind of tie it into the work plans and what that looks like.
I'd say it's probably a day to 2 days of staff time, so up to 16 hours for the coordinator to organize the product and the vendor to do the install.
Perfect, thanks. And I appreciate you sharing about the proactive enforcement versus kind of because of the busyness or not. That was really helpful. The September 22nd date, I hear you as to that's when both Cuesta and Cal Poly are back in session. And I would also venture to say that right after Thanksgiving and May, I believe you would see a lot more cars than that's that week. So if we do defer, I would just, would it be possible to have those times watched again? Because people come back with their cars and they're ready to move out and they didn't have their cars here before, so they wouldn't have been counted before.
I follow that, and
Yep.
that's definitely something we can take a look at and try to track the data for those timeframes.
Okay, great, thank you. And sorry, I'm trying to go through all my little notes. Most of them have been answered. So just pretend that we did do the Greenway construction now versus waiting for a deferral. And then the Greenway is finished and we really should have expanded it a couple more streets because of how impacted they are. Is that something that the district could be expanded in the future, or would that have to wait for a whole another year?
No, so that'd be an expansion request. So that's separate from the initial request. So anytime there's an expansion request, we'll hear that the area that they're proposing, if there's not sufficient support behind that area, then it would be deferred for a year and they could come back in another year and petition us again. But if there was sufficient support, we could do the expansion immediately.
Great, thank you. And then lastly, when looking at that table of what everything costs, I saw the $2,000 for signs, which I think probably doesn't include replacement signs. When you look at the deferral, if you were reevaluating, would you be reevaluating all of the costs as well, the expenses, as well as how much we would charge people?
We definitely would be reassessing. We'll be coming back with a fee study this fall. And that will take a look at our long-term parking programs, the preferential parking districts being one of those. So we'll reassess the rates for those. The $2,000 that we have assigned there is a placeholder that we use as annual placeholder to accommodate new signs for the districts. It definitely does not cover the full breadth that we wind up losing in the spring more recently. So we'll probably be increasing that number in the next couple of years.
Okay, thank you so much. Those are all my questions for now. City Manager, did you have a jump in there? You had, look.
I just want to make sure we can deliver on what we're promising here, because doing a full survey of utilization by staff, I just want to make sure, I just want to be cautious, because if the council implements tiered-based pricing or demand-based pricing, for example, in the spring, our friends over here are going to be implementing all new signage, reprogramming all the machines. And so that is a lot of change management. And so I just, We want to continue to remind the council that, we'll need your support along the way to work through this, because it will be quite a lot, in addition to, I would say, touching, and talking about policies around redoing parking districts for the first time in 30 years. And this is certainly what you've signed us and you've asked staff to do as part of this. I just want to make sure that we're setting up expectations that are aligned with the other commitments that we've already made.
Thank you. Mr. Horn?
Oh, yeah, I just want to offer, we're doing a fee study, the two capacity analysis that we talked about, building a $50 million parking structure. So there's a lot of things that are going on. And then also too, parking requires more communication than we typically do for X, Y, or Z. And so it's hard to judge the amount of effort each and every person is going to have to put into this, because I think collectively, we've put a lot of effort into parking over the last week or two, just in answering community questions. And yeah, well, it intensified for us over the last little bit here. So I just wanted to throw that out, is we're doing our best to anticipate the community impact and community concern, but it could be much larger or smaller than what we are thinking.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Councilmember Pease.
Thanks for the comments about the timing on, so let's do a little reality check here. So when we say this is going to come back in the spring of 24, right? We're kind of basing a decision on whether or not we should postpone these based on that, right? But if that really means it's going to get pushed because the tiered pricing, and I guess my question is, one, is that the priority, the changing of the tiers versus having the effort go into this? And two, just just tell us straight out, honestly, by the time we do the tiered pricing, the outreach, the survey, it's probably going to be June before it's on the agenda. Implementation is September. We're fine. We're not trying to push anyone. We just need to know, in order to, if we postpone this district, we want to be realistic.
And thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Pease. I'm just going to jump in as city manager and say, I think that's much more realistic. I just think,
that's what I'm.
And I think, so if we harken back, why are we talking about tier-based pricing and demand-based pricing? Because that was a key component, if you recall, requested by Downtown SLO, related to parking garages, nighttime parking. How do we make sure that there's equity and fee structure? And that is a whole new paradigm in itself. And so that kind of messaging and work, and I respect our professionals here that do this stuff day in, day out, but it's, as we know, perhaps programming the machines and flipping the signs is the easy part, we hope. So, it's really the change management. And so I think it's probably more realistic that we're talking about late spring, early summer for returning back to city council with, with information, and then being able to dig into a study session, and then probably coming back again with, okay, now we've rehabbed the ordinance and the process and the policies, and then giving that to you whole cloth. It's something that the council can adopt with sufficient public input. And can you imagine, there are, listing on the screen here, all of those neighborhoods. My expectation is from this council is you're gonna want us to have a high touch with all of those neighborhoods and have neighborhood meetings. And so that we can explain the stuff.
It's got to align with Cal Poly schedule.
It's got to align with Cal Poly. So
yeah.
We haven't thought that all through in terms of our next, we've really, but what has been in front of us is really that right now is gateless, the cultural arts district parking structure, and then starting to line up for our fee study, which is really around tier and demand-based pricing.
So can we just asking the question, can we flip-flop those? Could we do, is there, and just tell me if there's an urgency for the tier-based pricing. That didn't.
Or the other two gateways.
Right, well.
Because there's
do they,
both projects.
Yeah, yes. So assuming gateless is probably still next, but then Well, okay. Yeah, I mean, okay, so maybe that's
I
a
guess
question.
as you say that, I'm thinking of
Yeah,
your
where are the
constant statement
priorities? Which are
of
the-
trade-offs. And does gateless on the other two need to happen first versus tiered or versus parking district? It may. I'm just asking, does it?
good
Because
question.
this current one, we're still taking a longer time to really process and help the community understand, right?
And I'll let Gavin answer the question about, what are the.
He's kind of
Yeah,
laughing.
And I think on the
so,
question about what's next for you, whether it's tiered based or demand based, I mean, I think that's a policy call. I think on the question of whether or not we want to align and have symmetry and consistency of technology across our structures, I'll let Gavin and Mr. Horn answer that.
Can I just jump in before Gavin jumps in and talks about policy? Our next biggest thing is the Cultural Arts District parking structure. It's in flight. It's gonna take a lot of effort. Kind of the first bit of a launch, first bit of a construction process, we're gonna hear a lot of feedback, and it's gonna take a lot to manage that. And so that is our next biggest thing.
That's what I figured. I guess that was my point, was like, is it another gateless, or does it? But it's all affects them.
It's all of us, because we'll be looking at alternate parking solutions, on-street spacing, communication, Dana Street parking, downtown parking rates. We're one big happy family.
That was my question around this, is do we need to move to the other two gateless? Do we need to move to tier one, or the tiered parking, or the on-demand? I'm not saying we do or don't. These are questions to ask, and maybe the trade-offs do need to happen because we've seen that it takes longer to roll out a gateless. I don't know.
Yeah, so I'll talk about gateless for a second. It's one of those things where, one, we have to have additional staff committed to this. Right now, we're still waiting on an engineer for that. That will hopefully happen over the next couple of months, and we'll start working on that project there. There's supply and demand issues with our vendor. It took us several months to get the products from our vendor beyond what we had initially anticipated. What's really going to be a driving factor for changing the other ones out is participation in the Park Local program. As Jennifer had indicated, there was a definite uptick in the old Palm 1 parking structure usage versus the other two parking structures over the last couple of days. So I think that part of that driving factor is the locals that are participating in that program and utilizing that. So we might hit a nexus where we do have to make a decision and transfer one of the other structures to gateless more expeditiously than we had originally planned. I would say with tier-based pricing, that's already been approved by council with the 21-23 financial plan. We just haven't had staff resource to implement that. I don't see that being done before the start of the new calendar year, and I also wouldn't recommend doing that during the slowest portions of time that we're trying to address that. So something to implement that would be in the late February, early March at the earliest before we implement that, so we're not being impactful to downtown businesses beyond what we currently do.
Thank you. Councilmember Shoresman. What happened there?
I see City Manager Johnson was about to say something. So
I would just say on the gateless, I think we're all curious from a revenue perspective, what is gateless going to do to our revenue stream? And so I know the council and the staff are very sensitive around rates. And so, and we've been conservative in forecasting what the revenues might be from gateless. So, that's my pitch to you about why I think, both symmetry and I think, potential revenue, understanding what, Mr. Hussey just said, is that we need an engineer and we need to make sure that the technology is delivered on time. But one thing I hear over and over again about a parking program is, the variability, while it creates, opportunity and options, it's also confusing for folks. And so as much as we can get that symmetry sooner rather than later, but again, the council can give us direction on shifting priorities.
Thank you. Councilmember Shoresman.
So comment and going back to question. So I am perfectly content to let you all prioritize the projects in the way that technologically makes sense, just logistically makes sense. I think back to Councilmember Pease's original question, it would be helpful to me to know when is a realistic time frame for when this could come back, and that we even maybe put it in the resolution, no later than whether it's September or even October, I mean, that may change some votes of whether or not they, want to vote a certain way on this. But I think for me, it's just helpful to know, okay, are we talking about June, July, August, September? And please, by all means, pick a reasonable time frame to come back, just so that people can kind of take note of when that is going to happen, so that they can pay attention if they're really particularly interested in this. So.
So I'll tackle that one. I do think us coming back in the spring is a realistic goal for a study session. To make definitive decisions at that point, I don't think would be the wisest or most prudent thing. I think we could bring back recommendations on direction that we could take when addressing concerns of customer or the community members, and how we approach conversations with them at that time through the study session, and then return in the fall with a full overhaul of the program.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Okay, any public comment?
Right now we have one speaker card, Carolyn Smith.
And any on Zoom?
No.
Okay, thank you. Hold on, I don't think you're on yet.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and council members. Carolyn Smith, SLO resident, speaking on behalf of Residents for Quality Neighborhoods. As you know, RQN was the primary mover back in the late 1970s in the creation of residential parking districts. Residents living on Albert Drive experienced severe overflow parking from Cal Poly staff and student vehicles filling up in their neighborhood streets. The parking district program created back then has been a quality of life lifeline to now more than a dozen residential areas, with several new applications pending that we think should be allowed to be completed if they're in the process. Cal Poly's lack of parking has created numerous challenges in our once low-density neighborhoods, one of which is impacted parking. Despite Cal Poly discouraging students from bringing cars to the city, many are doing so. And with ADUs being built on rental properties, allowing 10 or more residents to live on a single-family lot, with most having a car, parking problems have drastically worsened. In addition, new residential and commercial projects are being built with reduced parking, so the overflow inundates nearby neighborhoods. Also, the city's various protected bike lane projects are removing parking spaces, creating even more neighborhood parking congestion. Council has reassured those residents that the removal of on-street parking in neighborhoods from the new bikeways results in parking problems. They can apply for a parking district. Well, you've got a pause coming that would prevent them from utilizing this program that they were promised would help their neighborhood. Residents need parking near their homes for their families, their members, their guests, their health care, their daycare people, and even so for repairmen. It's an important quality of life issue. If you live in a severely impacted neighborhood, you can understand what it's like not to have that ability. In fact, the city's own brochure that's handed out to residents applying for a parking district confirms the importance of that access. Neighborhood residents' quality of life shouldn't be sent to the back of the line to get help with overcrowded parking caused by university and city policies and practices. In reviewing the parking district process, there appears to be ways that it can be streamlined to save staff time, and RQN would like the opportunity to provide input before any pause or decisions are made. Please don't implement the pause at this time. There is no hurry for this. Instead, consider a delay so that staff can meet with RQN and others to put our heads together to examine any and all possibilities that may negate the need for a pause. And we're concerned that this pause could be extended to a year or more from what it sounds like. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Martha Miller.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. So I have a different opinion. I think it's very important and it's very timely that you put a pause on, and you put that pause on now. And it's timely because this has to do with the public realm. This is public property and this is public space that under your current program is essentially reserved for the exclusive use of a select few people, individuals, for $20 a year, which is the cost of a permit. And that's where you should be cautious, is about giving up this public space. Because once you do, it's real hard to get back. And you can see, even with those areas that have been in the parking districts for close to 50 years, you're still talking about grandfathering them and keeping them in there. So people feel that ownership of the public right-of-way in front of their house. And you see that at the North Truro area. You see it in even areas that don't have these parking districts. You put these parking districts in, that feeling of ownership only intensifies and increases and makes it more difficult for the city to utilize that public area for public good. If the program is too much to evaluate with everything you else have going on, then you need to put a stop to the program. Do not give the public right-of-way away just because you don't have time to evaluate it against your city policies and programs. 9 of the current districts prohibit parking, again, within the parking lane of the public right-of-way by anyone other than those with a parking permit for all or a majority of those daytime hours. So essentially, again, the public parking area, which was built for, paid for, and maintained with public funds, which is not included in the cost of the programs there, is effectively reserved for the exclusive use of those district residents. The parking districts are near community services. Even the potential ones are near parks, versus near open space trailheads, near locally owned small businesses, all used and patronized by a broad spectrum of the community who are affected by these districts. However, and I quote from the current program, the council may by resolution designate an area of the city as preferential parking permit area after holding a public hearing and making a finding that the establishment of the district represents the desire of the majority of the addressed units of the area. End quote and end of ordinance. So a broad spectrum of the community is affected, but the program is designed to only consider the desire of the small subset of people who would disproportionately benefit from it. Access to community parks, open spaces, and services is a theme of the goals and policies of the general plan and consistently ranks as a top value of community members and city surveys. The parking program as currently structured is inconsistent with those policies and many other general plan goals and policies. The city should take this time to evaluate it and bring it into conformance with the general plan. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
No.
Okay. Well, parking is always a challenging conversation. Here we go, Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Well, boy, I thought we were talking about pausing parking districts, but we went all over the place. I want to go back to the agenda item here. I'm okay with pausing 3 out of the 4 that we were told about, and the 5th one that we weren't told about till tonight. But I'm not in favor of pausing the North Truro Greenway affected residents. I understand from what staff has said that it may have to be naturally paused anyway due to the construction process, but this is the first time that I'm aware of where we've actually removed, well, now I know 65 parking spaces from a neighborhood. And so these are this is a severely impacted neighborhood. And so I'm in support of pausing everything except the, what we're gonna call the North Truro Greenway affected neighborhoods.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, this is really tough, and I think the public comment speakers, they couldn't have said more opposing things, which kind of reflects how divided the opinions are on this particular topic. So I found that really interesting, and I found what each of them said really compelling. We're dealing with an ordinance here that's been on the books for 50 years. 40, and that's a long time for something to be in place, and for it to, it seems like it's worked well, and everybody agrees it works well in a few places, but otherwise it's been tweaked over time, and it's a little bit of a work in progress, and there's varied opinions about where it is today. And I think the only thing that's clear to me is that it's more expensive than we thought it was, and that it needs to be tweaked some more or changed or revamped, I guess, even. So in general, I'm supportive of the pause, but I do have real mixed feelings about those districts that are in process. It seems like there were 7. 2 of them have been resolved, or have had other solutions come to bear for the short term. The ones around Meadow Park and the one around Duval Ranch, those seem like they're not going anywhere for the moment. But the others that are in process, I have a hard time just telling them that they've followed through what the ordinance tells them to do, and now, because we've made a decision tonight, that their process stops right there. So as much as I think that this program needs to be revamped and re-examined, and I look forward to seeing a study session in the spring and maybe a new proposal, a well-vetted proposal in the fall, I would like to let those processes that are already moving forward continue with their track and be evaluated as they would have normally been. So that's my sort of thought to share with my colleagues, and they can comment as they agree or not. The last thing that I'll say is, when this does come back, and we've kind of touched on it already, I hope we see some streamlined processes, changes in fees. I like the idea of a holistic approach. I think if we kept residential parking districts going in the way they are now, we could have an entire city where every street almost is a preferential parking district. And then what is the value of that? So, I'll end with that and see what my colleagues have to say.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Pease.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the effort on this, and to our public commenters. I think that I share some, I have ambivalence in wanting that overhaul and wanting to pause, but recognizing that, especially in that North Truro, that's what we said is, if it's impacted, then you couldn't do a district. So Councilmember Marks seemed to be saying, like, pause the others, but not that North Truro, even if it needs to wait until the spring or whenever we have enough information. But if this thing isn't going to be an actual ordinance until September, that does seem like a long time potentially to wait. But the caveat would be, we can do this, but you would fall into the new ordinance, right? So we don't want to, it's, what's that?
They're not stuck.
Right, so we don't want to have them be a part of that old policy, and because we've made this accommodation. So I guess that would be the way I would lean, is pause the program with the exception of those North Truro neighborhoods, with the understanding that they could potentially proceed once staff feels like they have a good handle on the survey part of it, the occupancy, but that they wouldn't be, there's probably a better word than grandfathered in now, but whatever the legacy, thank you, legacy, but without a legacy for that one. So that's the way I would lean. I think, and part of that is because I feel like that would give me a little bit of breathing room for staff to like take all the time that they need in order to get the program, the public outreach and all that process that it needs.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation and all the hard work that you're doing here. And I do want to say, Councilmember Pease, I think that's a really interesting solution. I had kind of deep concerns about, yes, we've told this group to go ahead and form a district, but I do not want the legacy rules to apply because as we saw, that results in so many different applications of how the regulations work from neighborhood to neighborhood. I could get on board with if we want to allow the North Truro District to proceed, then it needs to fall under whatever new rules we produce when we come back after the study session here. Obviously, there are some neighborhoods where this is a really important program for ensuring that people have access to their homes. I do have really significant concerns, though, even in those neighborhoods about making sure that people have access to, as one of our public commenters talked about, all of the different services, the businesses, the parks, trailheads, those things that we really want to ensure equitable access to. I really want to make sure that whatever new rules we develop, ensure that there are carve-outs for our community members and visitors to be able to access those resources. It's a little troubling that, you know, some folks aren't able to get to schools and parks, and some of the proposed districts we were seeing were right around parks that were going to make it so that, you know, community members wouldn't be able to go and experience parks in different parts of the community. So that's where I'm falling right now. I am happy to entertain the compromise of allowing the formation of just the North Truro District, but assuming that we could do it under the whatever new ordinance we develop when we come back to this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ooh. Yeah, this is such a challenging conversation because when things have been in place for 40 years, it seems like you can't possibly move it. And at the same time, the curb doesn't belong to the owners of the house that's next to it. So that's been, you know, a really big struggle. We've had that conversation, whether it's the house in a residential side or on a commercial side. And so we've been having a lot of these conversations in this last couple of years where things are changing, and that's really, really hard. And I appreciate Councilmember Shorsman around the patchwork aspect, but I also think that sometimes the patchwork is necessary because what's necessary near Cal Poly is going to be very different than what's necessary near Duval. There's just very different reasons, you know. But I do, those time zones do concern me. I mean, I feel like there's got to be, let's just everyone 8 p.m. versus the 8 p.m. versus 10 p.m. or something. But, you know, that's for you all to talk about later and not for me to worry about. That will be a lot of community engagement. Got it. But I also think about like the juxtaposition of equity versus being able to live near your house. I used to live on Cerro Amaldo, which is right by Throop Park. So I bring this up because Bishop Peak, Throop Park, people should be able to get to their schools, their parks, and at the same time, people should be able to get to their houses, which sometimes were full because of the schools and Throop Park, which also became next to Pacheco. So there's this really challenge of how do we help our whole community and how do we help the people who have lived or currently live in that space next to it. And I think that the legacy aspect of those districts that already exist is also a challenge to me because it is literally the notion of grandfathering, which was based on something that was very unequitable. So it's hard for me in that aspect too, because we say diversity, equity, inclusion matters to us, and then yet we are continuing to solidify an inequitable policy that we have. And so when we talk about systemic change, this would be actually a systemic change. So that is hard for me to swallow in this moment. But I think back to the whole parking district being evaluated makes more sense at once. And I do also agree that I wasn't on the council at that time, but we as a council did say to those who lived in the Greenway, the North Truro Greenway, this is an option for you, the parking district. And so I think we should honor that. And I love the concept of not necessarily in the legacy fashion. I think that's a great compromise. I really love that, Councilmember Pease. And I think also remembering that with those new rules, that they will also get a chance to be part of that community engagement. So we're not just going to shove new rules on new people in a new district. They're going to be able to have a conversation and be part of that, I would hope. So that would be what I would encourage if that's how we do it. And I will go back to just kind of re-solidifying that I encourage looking at evaluating the different times of November or May when the schools have their move outs, because I really do see a difference in the cars at that time. And I remember receiving many emails at that time as well. So, and I also agree with Councilmember Shoresman around, I look forward to seeing the streamlining. I know you all will too, so I'm not worried that you'll be doing that. Bless you. I think the changes in cost, there has been some correspondence in our emails around parking and payment and how that works. Well, everything else with the enterprise fund of parking is parking pays for itself. So that's why we had to raise the rates for parking. So I feel that when we're talking about parking districts, it should pay for itself as well. So we need new signs, absolutely. And we need a maintenance of numerous signs. If they're facing a certain way, they fade quicker. And so I think we have to realize that for $20, that was great at one time. And maybe there's some sort of sponsorship, scholarship way when it comes to someone who is financially struggling, but there should be a little bit more accountability and, skin in the game on that. So for the people who are getting the permits. And lastly, I mean, I don't want to become the HOA city, but it seems like that's where we're headed, with the numerous parking districts. We talked about this before, I don't know, it's a year ago, 2 years ago, where we're going to continue to grow that way the more that we don't have the transportation that matches, the public transportation that matches the housing need that we have. And we are pushed by the state to create more housing, not just pushed, demanded by the state to create more housing, which, yes, is good for our community, but it doesn't match our public transportation. So then it doesn't match our parking. So I feel like this is a constant chicken and egg race that we're doing. So that's my 2 cents. Vice Mayor Marks.
Wow. Okay. I think that's a great compromise. My only problem with it is that the new rules may not be in place by the time the parking district is actually formed. So that's, I mean, I think they should be able to proceed as per the status quo until there's a point where it's actually being finalized. Then we look at, well, has the council and staff come up with new rules by the time? If we haven't, it should be the existing
and that's what I meant. That was my intent, is that they would be able to form under the current rules, but it's just when we come up with the new rules that they would need to comply with those.
Yeah, unless
Okay.
they've somehow, if the
In-
timing,
unless-
if
sure.
the timing works out. I mean, if there are new rules at the time that there is actually solidified. I mean, from what staff said, it may not be possible to even know the consequences of removing those 65 street parking spots until, later on, but we're not pausing. So I would like to second it if that's your motion. Or if it's my motion, I'd like to move.
We've got a few more, but
A few
I like
more,
it.
okay.
I
No, I just
think
wanna
Mr.
make
Horn
sure
wanted
that
to
we
comment
don't-
on that
That
too.
we're not building in a pause, that we're saying we're not pausing it, but then they'd have to wait until we've come up with the new rules, which is possibly even more of a pause. Okay. All right, I'm sorry. Okay, when the moment is right, let me know.
Just a thought for you guys. What I hear you guys saying, and then when I kind of think about our process, perhaps what I'm hearing, and Derek, correct me if you're hearing differently, is we move forward with the North Truro Greenway in compliance with the past promises that we've made to that group. We've stated things that we're going to do, and we'll do that. And then we return to council in spring 2024 with a vetted project plan for the parking districts that include the community outreach that we're going to do, the timeframes for implementation. We get council's buy-off on that, and we go forward with implementation of that. Does that?
City Manager.
Yeah, so I've got some language, Madam Mayor and council members. I've been trying to take notes. So you have a resolution before you tonight, and I've got some additional language to the resolution. And I'm happy to offer that if the council's interested in hearing that.
I think Councilmember Schwarzman has a comment too, and then we'll come back to that.
Yeah, I still have a couple of questions now based on what my colleagues have said. So what I was proposing is to allow not just the Truro to go forward. I feel like I have some discomfort with treating them differently than the other groups that have already started through the process too, that have not already fallen out of the process for some reason. Because what I'm understanding is that just because a neighborhood starts through the process of developing a parking district doesn't necessarily mean they end up with one at the end. It could dissolve, or there could be other solutions that come up in the process, and maybe it doesn't actually come to fruition as a district. So what I was understanding, there was two that have sort of fallen out of the process around Meadow Park and Duval Ranch, but there was Truro or Broad, I guess I should say, North Truro, and then there was Phillips and Howard, and there was the Grove Hillcrest Park Phillips, and then there was the Beach Street. I feel uncomfortable treating the Truro area different than the others that were already in process. So I was proposing that we let all of those proceed. I am open to the idea, to the sort of compromise that Councilmember Pease has suggested, where they would have to fall under the new rules when those new rules were created. Maybe they're created under the old ordinance, but they have to transition into the rules that are created under a new program when that happens. I'm also open to, so I'll leave that there. I'm also open to, and what I was understanding with the holistic approach was that there may be legacy districts, there may not be. It depends on the holistic approach that is reviewed in the spring and in the fall. And we could decide at some point, or at that point, to bring all of the parking districts into a new paradigm based on what is decided at that point. So for now, I would like to treat all the parking districts that are in process the same and let them continue through the process. But if you all disagree and want to just do Truro, then we'll take that there.
I think, yes, when staff reevaluates, there may be changes to the legacy that we keep saying as well. I mean, like I said, I think looking at the time zones alone is a odd patchwork that doesn't necessarily need to stay, or the fees, or whatever, that I don't think we wouldn't keep the fees the same for parking districts that have stayed all the same. So I hear you. So I'm torn, because normally I'm a super fan of, let's make sure we just, hey, everyone went ahead and applied, and so we should continue everyone as is right now. And we also are taking away, for sure, parking in North Truro, and we said this was an opportunity for them. So we said that from the dais. I mean, only one of us left on this dais, but it was said from the council dais that was what could be done. So that's kind of where I feel like we would be going back on our word a little bit in that. But I guess it's going back on our word in a smaller version for the other 4 remaining. So I hear what you're saying, and I'm open to talking about that, definitely. Manager, do you want to share your words of wisdom?
So I've got some language crafted, so I would just draw your attention to page 461 of the packet. And so that's the resolution that's before the council. And so under section 1, it talks about essentially that new preferential parking districts is defined under the section shall be temporarily deferred. And then I've proposed, based upon what I hear, with the exception of the proposed parking districts shown in attachment C of the staff report, this generally shown as the areas, and then this is fill in the blank, Broad Street from Lincoln to Ramona Drive, and it's really the council needs to make a decision. Does it include Phillips Howard, Phillips, and the other area? Sorry, Phillips Grove, Phillips Grove Park, and Beach Street. And if these areas should form a preferential parking district, it shall be formed under any existing rules and shall conform to new applicable guidelines as determined by the city council.
I like that wording. City Attorney, do you have any thoughts on that wording?
Sorry,
No problem.
Sorry, my speaker was not working.
Okay.
That wording works fine. I think reflects the compromise that I think I've been hearing the council consensus come to.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Sorry, I know we've gone over and over this, but I keep coming back to, I have real concerns about us turning into a city that is just a patchwork of permitted areas and what that's going to do. And so I'm hesitating for this compromise of bringing in all of the districts in attachment C. I feel a little bit uncomfortable about moving forward with all of those until we have a better understanding of the process to allow applications to even happen, because we're talking about this legacy process, which, as was pointed out by one of the public commenters, only requires a very small number of people to essentially say yes, and then the process goes forward. So I'm going to say I don't agree with adding in all of the additional applicants at this time.
Councilmember Pease.
So could you clarify, and maybe we can keep our mics lit up so we can have just talk. So are you saying you would still support allowing the kind of the Broad Street ones to go forward, or just none of them? Let's just go ahead and do the as proposed, defer all of them.
I'm potentially willing to go ahead with the Broad Street based on the promises that were made,
okay.
And because it's a small exception in that they are losing specifically street parking because of a project that just went through. So I see that one as different, and I know that there's a little disagreement about why it's different, but I'm willing to allow that one in. I would like to see the rest struck from that.
Okay, yeah, no, I think I'm at the same place. I appreciate all the conversation, but that would, for the same reasons, kind of.
Yeah, I have the same thoughts on that. Councilmember Shoresman?
Yeah, okay, so I'm in the minority. I just have a hard time treating one district different. I hear what you all are saying, but the same promise, I think, was made to the entire community that was made to the Choro Street neighborhood. I mean, everybody has an opportunity. It's not, in my opinion, a great ordinance the way it is.
Yeah, totally.
So while I would like to revamp it and see it go a different direction, based on a little bit more study and research and evaluation, I have a hard time treating one neighborhood a little bit differently than the others.
I just want to expand on kind of maybe, I'm in human resources in my other world, and I think about it when we had COVID and there was a chill. People applied for a job, they were in process, and we had to put on pause sometimes. And so I kind of look at it that way but yet like in a way in that same concept, the North Truro Greenway, we already put them through reference checking. You know what I mean? Like they're almost already there, because we said this is our compromise to you, in a sense of we're taking all these street parking away for your area, and so this is your compromise of how you can still park in your area. So that's why I'm thinking of it that way. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's what I'm thinking in that.
Yeah, am I on? Yes?
Yep.
Okay. Right, well, I do really understand where you're coming from, Councilmember Shoresman, but I do feel that, I mean, if it's painful to recall, but if you do recall, the people who actually live in that area where the bike path is going to be, many of them, not all of them, but many of them were really upset, and there was a substantial number of people against the existence of the park greenway. I think the decision was made to create the greenway, and at the same time, coupled with that is, hey, you guys have alternatives. You don't have to worry because we have this other option. So I feel it really is a different, I mean, it's like Sesame Street, why is this one thing different from the other? I feel like it is really different. So I would like to go ahead and move that we pause the parking districts that are proposed, except for the, I'm going to call it the Broad Street, or should I call it the North Shore? What should I call it?
Just to clarify too, the street it's Broad Street that's requesting the parking district, not Choro, right? Which is actually where the greenway, where the bike path portion of the project is going.
Yeah, those yellow areas on Broad Street, I didn't include the full extent because there's some gaps, and we probably don't need to get into the details tonight. We can get at those as part of the process, so.
Okay, well, what should we call this?
Broad Street.
Broad Street, okay.
I've defined it in the resolution as the area of Broad Street between Lincoln and Ramona.
Yeah, that's what it looks like on
Between Lincoln and
the
Ramona.
attachment C. And I think if you refer to attachment C as well.
Correct, yes.
Okay, good, as long as, so anyway, I make, that's my motion.
1 second, what were you saying you called it?
Sorry.
Sorry.
We have it as the Broad and Home expansion because it abuts that area already.
Oh, yeah, and we've removed the and home.
Yep.
So, gotcha. We'll just say attachment C, Broad Street.
Correct. And then, Madam Mayor, I have one other suggestion for you based on what I've heard tonight and under section 4, because I think that you've discussed this tonight. And I would add at the very end of that section, and return to City Council in spring 2023 with a public engagement and outreach plan and study session to scope areas in the policy areas in the preferential parking program for review and public input, with the goal to adopt a revised program by fall 2024.
That seems like a solid compromise.
I also have one more clarifying question,
Go
if
for
that's
it.
possible. This might be a little too much in the weeds for our purposes tonight, but looking at the exception that we just carved out, we have a brand new park going in there. We have, I think there's a hair salon, there's Lincoln Street Deli, there's a whole bunch of stuff that is right in there that's maybe people are interested, the public is interested in being able to access. So inside of the regulations, if we're going to do this legacy permit for this area, are we going to have some carve out for folks being able to have temporary parking to be able to access those resources inside of there? I know that in the last discussion we had about this, the idea of just having 2-hour access without a permit was proposed. I know that's something we're exploring for the long-term review, but I just want to make sure we're not blocking access to these things in the short term. Perfect.
Sorry. When's the park going to be done?
Honestly, off the top of my head. So one thing to think about with the North Broad Street Neighborhood Park, it's a neighborhood park. It's intended to serve the people who live in and around that area. And so there could be people who are driving in to use the park, but I would imagine that might be a little bit infrequent. The folks who may want to use Lincoln Deli, there's parking there, and I'm sure there's accommodations that we can make in that area for the appropriate parking durations and limits. One thing we have kind of talked about was the North Choro Greenway project being constructed and then going back and monitoring it at a period of 6 months and 12 months. And so that would likely help define the limits of whatever we wanted to do in that area if we want to implement something.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. Vice Mayor Marks?
I'm wondering if there's a second to my motion. I just.
Yeah, I'll second. Yeah.
I moved that we put a pause on the proposed new residential parking zones except for the
North Churro or the Broad,
broad, what we're calling broad or Exhibit C. Yeah.
and the additional wording is.
And the additional
noted
wording
by-
that if.
The city manager has outlined.
That the city manager has proposed, that also includes the provision that the new regulations, if they exist, at that time would apply, at the time of the formation would apply.
Perfect, thank you.
Sorry if I'm a little inarticulate,
No,
but it's
it's-
almost 10 o'clock.
Yes,
Yeah,
and there
right.
was wording from city manager that I felt
Yeah, and
included that with the
yeah,
conforming of the new
I-
policies.
Okay.
Have gone back and forth plenty about, I will second it,
thank you.
acknowledging that, anyway, so, yes, I think
Thank
that's
you.
the compromise we're at.
As city manager says, all we have are the hard problems left. So none of these, we don't get to end with like, yay, we feel so good about it. So go ahead, Councilmember Schwarzman.
My light kept going off, but I'm going to vote in support of this because I agree with the overall general concept. I just wanted to say that out loud, but I just wanted to try and advocate for equal treatment for all of our neighborhoods. But
Yeah.
I agree with this in principle.
Super fair, thanks.
I hear you, and it is a big challenge for me to make that decision as well. City Clerk, can we have roll call?
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Schwarzman?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, with reservation. Motion passes 5-0. I know, right? Thank you so much for your reports and your answers and your processing of our many, many changes. So last thing we have, of course, is the liaison reports and communications. Because we had a holiday, I feel like a lot of these things kind of stopped. We didn't have as many of those meetings, but I think we had a few of them. So just wanted to see if anyone has any updates. Vice Mayor Marks.
Yeah, just briefly, we had I attended the Central Coast Community Energy 3CE meeting remotely here in City Hall with Dawn Ortiz-Legg. This was her first meeting as a representative of San Luis Obispo County, and she's going to do a great job. She knows more about energy than, certainly more than I do, but I'd say as an elected official, she's really an expert in this. So, Teresa coordinated beautifully with the technology involved with the remote attendance. It was good. With the IWMA, as the city manager reported earlier, we've managed to actually reduce a fee by 1%. That will reduce people's garbage rates. And the hope is that once the county joins the IWMA, that we'll be able to do another fee study and actually reduce it further because of economies of scale. We're going to try to help people as much as we can by reducing at least one utility bill. And the goal for reunification is to get it finished before the end of the year. And right now, I'm on a subcommittee with Charles Bourbeau from Atascadero, Robert from Grover Beach, and the three of us are going to be talking with Supervisor Jimmy Paulding on Thursday. We've already talked with Bruce Gibson and Dawn Ortiz-Legg, kind of informally, but right now those two are saying having one representative from the Board of Supervisors on our IWMA board would be okay. And so we're going to propose that to Jimmy Paulding, and it has to do with the fact that it's not it's not based on the population in the unincorporated areas. It's based on the number of accounts. And the unincorporated areas, the people who live there, a lot of them actually take care of their compost themselves, and they don't really, they're not, let's face it, us urban types generate a lot of garbage. So anyway, they have fewer than, way fewer than the city of San Luis Obispo when it comes to accounts, and even fewer than the CSD of Los Osos. So one supervisor is plenty good, and we'll see if he agrees, then that's what we'll go forward. And then it will have to go, it's the third amended JPA agreement will have to go to the Board of Supervisors. And if they say yes, then it has to circulate to all 7 cities. And each one of them has to be agendized, so it's going to be a bit of a scramble, but we really want to get it done before the end of the calendar year. So that's the goal. And that's all I have for now.
That's an awesome amount of work. Thank you. Councilmember Pease.
Thank you. So hard to believe, but is it true the Cal Cities Policy Committees, that was June 22nd, which was, yeah, so we haven't talked about that. So I did travel along with a couple others to Long Beach on behalf of the city to serve on the Environmental Quality Policy Committee, and we took positions on some of the legislation. So mostly about water and recycling water. And then the other one I just wanted to briefly share was this morning, we had the Downtown SLO board meeting, and in addition to talking about parking, the board, because we're city is a liaison, not a voting board member, but they adopted a budget which they've really been struggling financially during COVID and emerging from that, and they were able to adopt a balanced budget, and they have a lot of new revenue coming in from sponsorships. The farmers market is thriving. Downtown business licenses are, bringing in good revenue, and they're doing great. So, there's always more they want to do, like any of us, but I was really proud of the work that they're able to accomplish.
That's awesome. Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yes, I too went down to Pomona for the Tax and Revenue Cal Cities. Yeah. Cal Cities Policy Committee, my first one, so that was interesting. And then, was it last week, I think? This is all the days running together. We had the City University lunch. So that was an interesting opportunity to hear what's going on campus and what their outlook is on big projects and happenings that are coming up, and also get a rundown of how things went with graduation ceremonies and the end of the school year. And then after a long hiatus, the California Men's Colony Community Advisory Committee has finally begun meeting again. So we had our first meeting this past week, and that will be, I believe, a monthly meeting to kind of stay connected with what's happening out there at the prison. So I think it was great to see some of you at Concerts in the Plaza last Friday night. And we'll look forward to this week too.
Awesome, thank you. Yes, I too went down to Pomona for the policy committees on the community services policy for the League of California Cities. We worked on ways to increase housing and reduce homelessness, as well as the governor's office brought their housing expert, policy expert, as well as their outdoor expert, talked about outdoor access for all, and reminding us all that the state park free passes are available at the libraries for people who have come from lower income households. So that was a really good conversation, and they're just looking at many different ways to make state park access available, as well as there'll be a new state park near Modesto kind of soon. So that's kind of wild. They haven't had a new state park in like 12 or 13 years, so that's why I mentioned it. Sometimes as mayor, you get invited to the most unique things. And I was on Saturday invited to the Ethiopian Orthodox Christian Monastery, which is in San Miguel. People there were from all over the nation and all over the state. It was a really interesting experience. And it just continues to, I think, share what we talked about in the diversity task force, which is not everyone lives in the city that comes from different diverse backgrounds, and we want to make sure that we're always looking at all different ways that people are doing things. So that was really exciting. Also really neat to see the People's Kitchen 40th anniversary. They serve 364 days a year. They serve lunch at the 40 Prado and many places before that. And looking at every year, they pretty much almost give $200,000 of free food basically with that lunch. So really, really kind of neat, let alone all the volunteer hours. Got to meet with the California Conservation Corps and the many ways that their volunteers could help out the city as well as the county in wildfire preparation, I guess you could say, and removing vegetation, et cetera, and all sorts of other fun things. And we had our League of Cities Housing Homelessness Legislative Update on June 29th, and we'll be doing another one in August after we come back from the break. So also appreciate seeing everyone at concerts, and thank you, Councilmember Shorsman, for attending the City University Quarterly Lunch. And lastly, also the Art After Dark. Always love how people come to that first Friday and check out all of the Art After Dark and all of the city. Slow-mo, got to see a really cool performance around the Crush David statue. So many things always going on, as always, in our community. And because we had the 4th of July on the first Tuesday of the month, we will have 2 meetings in a row. So we'll see you all next week on the 18th. The packet is already available for the next meeting, so enjoy. Thank you and have a great evening. See you next week.